Hello, hello, and welcome back to Laurence Plays Factorio Planetary Pioneers. And we're on Castra, and that's this planet that has these funny little funny little blue data collector buildings that every so often spit out some random items. And here we go, here are some of the random items travelling through here. They also sometimes produce gun turrets, which is quite exciting, and we're going to have to work out a slightly more permanent way of dealing with those during this stream. So those are going to be our first couple of challenges. Hello everyone, hello Kartoffel, hello Regular, hello Doopy, hello Peter, welcome one and all, and of course to the various people who are knocking around and playing with as well. And thank you to Sophia for the resub. 38 months is a long time, so yes, very much appreciated, thank you. So yes, Castra. We've got a couple of defensive walls that have gone up over here. We've got science packs being made somewhere. Got science packs being made. Oh yeah, science packs being made all over the place because they require one of the things that's pulled out of the out of the data collector machines, and then they run around and then they're grabbed by these. But unfortunately, we also need tanks for those. Also, unfortunately, the battlefield data packets eventually expire and just vanish. And so, because we're not producing enough tanks, that means we're losing quite a lot of them. But we do have a decent amount of science being made, and we are chucking that into rockets over here. And there go a couple of them, although they're carrying forges rather than science packs. But never mind. So at least we're launching something up there. Right, so I guess we're going to sort of carry on from there. One thing I did think of when I was making videos between streams was that actually I looked at the I originally looked at the recipes for making green and blue circuits. I seem to be colourblind today. Making green and blue circuits from the battlefield data packets, and thought that's not worth it. That's going to be far too much of a faff because they expire. How are we going to get them over there and so on? But then I noticed that this belt of them that occasionally has some of them on running straight through the middle of the factory. So with Sophia's permission, because you know it's his planet, I'd quite like to put in a higher priority production system for those circuits over here around this belt. So what do you think, Sophia? Should I do that?
Well, I mean, when we left off last time, I think you were tasked with the new iron thing.
What was the new iron thing? I have completely. Oh yes, this is no. That's concrete. Well, I know we discovered a new nickel and iron recipe from the Millerite, but I thought that didn't look particularly useful because it produced more nickel than it did iron compared to the current one, and it's iron that we're more short of. Although looking at it at the moment, both the nickel seems to be the one that's flowing through more steadily.
Who did the iron previously? Was it Tristan?
Yes, it was Tristan.
All right. Yeah, Laurence, please go ahead. You can play with the output here. That's fine.
With what, sorry?
Tristan.
Just the circuits.
Yes, Laurence, you can play with whatever is coming on this belt.
Cool. Will do.
And I'm afraid it won't be enough for any reasonable.
I suspect it may well not be, but I think it'd be interesting to give it a try and see what it produces and how well it goes. The other thing I noticed was that the reason we're short of iron is because there isn't enough sulfur coming through because there was too much water. Now I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was offering to solve the water issue.
But yeah, especially Laurence, the blue circuit one that replaces a lot of green circuits. I think that's the most interesting recipe.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll prioritize for that one then. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, let's do that then.
And yeah, okay, Mark. So you can work on the water.
Yes.
My maybe recommendation or wish for that is perhaps pull out the hydrogen sulfide with different
Yeah, exactly.
pumps. Yeah, exactly, and just prioritize whichever. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Cool. And Tristan.
Yep.
If you could please try to implement the other iron way of getting iron.
So the iron ore one.
No, it was a new one we got.
No, that one's just is better for nickel, but produces less iron per nickel.
Are you sure?
That was the impression I had. Now, that doesn't mean it's true.
This is the iron recipe that we're running. We're not running anything with the nickel recipe. Because...
What's the that recipe called? I can't find it.
Right, there we
nickel
go.
extraction and advanced nickel processing. So I think you're thinking of advanced nickel processing.
So they're looking at. Let's see if we can find them. And that's gold. That's
Yes,
crushed
exactly.
gold.
And yeah, exactly. And the reason for why I was looking into that, because it's not reliant on the sulfur. And the carbon and the millerite, the carbon can be made straight from the gunpowder, and the millerite can be just mined up. So it's much less.
That's going to produce sulfur, so you could have both of them sort of running in tandem together. So you've got the basic. For the benefit of chat, now I found the recipes. We've got the nickel extraction here. This is the one we're doing at the moment, where you take in nickel plate. No, hang on. Yeah, where you take. Hang on. This says you take in miller. Have I got this wrong?
Then the nickel sulfide reduction is what we're using now.
Here we go. So you're taking copper and sulfide and millerite, and you produce iron and nickel. Okay, because there is another one. There's an even more, presumably even more basic one that takes in nickel. The nickel extraction, which takes in millerite and produces nickel plate, iron ore, and sulfur. Now I suspect that's probably not quite as good because we'd need to cook the iron plate down at some point. Whereas this one does use up copper, but produce and sulfur, so that's why it's struggling. And then there's this one that takes in carbon and produces sulfur and also molten iron. So there's actually 3 recipes in there, all of which are bad in different ways.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's some options.
My plan is not where I've put them, but is to use those and then feed the sulfur onto that to top up that sulfur belt. That's
a question. We might not even need it because Mark has solved the water already. So,
Hey there. So, for my benefit, because I'm new, I was away last week.
Noob.
I was.
Hello, Mike. Welcome. Have you landed on the planet?
I am. Yes, I'm sitting here waiting patiently.
Oh,
What's
how
going
good.
on?
So Tristan, please carry on. Make this a thing, and we'll see if we use it or not. But I would kind of want it in case we want to use it, because it does produce sulfur, and we can just avoid it if need be, right? Mike, welcome.
Hi.
Where are you? I can't see you.
I'm nominally just sort of sitting around waiting, basically.
I see you. Come with me. I'll show you a thing.
Okay. Where's... There you are.
So along this long belt here comes some random stuff.
Yep, and they come from these data things, which are
by... They are being produced from these data collectors, they're called.
Yep.
The good news is the data collectors have quite high resistances against laser damage, so when you accidentally zap them, it doesn't really matter.
I
think everybody removed their personal laser defenses from their gear just because, you know.
So I've just done 600 damage to it, and that's going to heal in
a few seconds.
Yeah, fairly quickly, quickly enough that they they're not usually damaged when you find them.
So so what's interesting is the top left corner of each outside of each data collector is where they will be dropping something.
Yeah.
And you can see some if you hover over some sort of like percentages of what they drop, and what we're after is the battlefield data packet. That
is
will
there
be
no other way of producing that?
No,
they
come
we're
from
aware
these
of.
things. And the radars and roboports produce like pollution, or and these guys suck it up basically. And when they come to one of these places, a forge, which is a new thing for us. I don't know why the power has stopped, but it has stopped.
Just disconnected, but will resume.
Oh, yeah. We since they own this space spoil in 1 minute. It's kind of we need to get them in here basically and make the science packs in a distributed fashion, which is kind of interesting because usually you have them at a central location. So you don't want the packets to travel too far, because if they travel and spoil on the way, then you've lost that packet.
Yeah.
So you want one of those places to be built where before it spoils, basically. We built a bit to the west, to the east, and to the south, but we haven't built anything to the north, really. And I think that's the next thing. So if you look at these two clusters over here,
Yep. Do the cartouches mean anything?
those are walls that they have placed, I think.
Yes, but do the cartouches mean anything? Do they mean anything? As in, is there some link between the connectors within a particular set of cartouches?
No, I
Or
don't think
walls?
so. I think it's like
Okay.
I think it's like
Just an
spider
aesthetic thing.
spawner area.
Yeah, fair
You know,
enough.
they're just clustered together. You know.
Yep. Okay.
So yeah, if you could go up there and connect them up with the outputs to feed down somewhere towards where Laurence is.
Yeah, I was about to say yes. Could you go to the north, please? Because I could do with a few more of the packets coming through here.
But I don't think they will last all the way down to Laurence. So we'll probably have to put the forges up before that. However, if Laurence then wants to, you know, put the steal some of those data stuffs before it goes to the forge, then he can do so.
Okay.
Otherwise, yeah, basically just feed into this belt that is here, or actually over here.
Button to shoot a specific
I think
Pile.
it's shift and space or something.
okay.
It always
yeah,
used
it
to be
was,
C,
C
but
before.
it's changed,
Yeah, yeah.
isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, like a few years back. How dare I?
Yeah.
Although at the same time, I have the sort of nominal and horrible tendency to rebind keys, albums, things like that.
But yeah, so Mike, yeah, but please connect some of those up
Yeah,
and
will do.
put the
So,
forge
are you
in a
making
place.
the tanks and the green ammunition for the science on site?
No, we're pulling those in with bots.
Okay. And okay. Alright. And the sciences themselves spoil, shall find them now.
No, the sciences do not spoil. Right, so it seems they get by the time they get down to where I'm trying to make blue circuits from them, they tend to have about 15 seconds left on their spoilage timers. So quite a lot of them are not really, well, they are barely making it down here, should we say. So it's going to be a little...
Yeah, so it's, in reality, you need to make them with the okay.
Yeah, the sciences... Making the sciences is fine. It's just if we're going to want to make... I think if we're going to make blue circuits, we might need to have that being shipped in from other places. In order to have, we might need to do the blue circuits on site as well with any that don't get turned into science packs.
Yeah, probably.
Mike, just for your information, your ship ran out of ammo. A few turrets ran out of ammo. A few.
Ooh,
like,
Oh yeah,
a
so we
minute ago.
parked it so that it wouldn't get trashed.
Thanks. Thank you. That's strange and awkward. It shouldn't run out of ammo.
Zephyr, may
Yes.
I draw your attention to this here?
Please. Is this something? Yeah, something you have built?
Yes.
Okay.
So this has all. So we noticed the data things spawn turrets. So I added all the turrets that are there here. And ignore the other targets. I would suggest to place this thing here at, to cover all the data collectors. Just as a suggestion.
You sound like a Kirby.
Yes, that is a possibility. I will take it under advisement.
Okay.
Right.
I think I want a bit of chaos to unfold before we start
Okay.
protecting
Yeah.
everything.
Just it is here if we need it.
Yeah,
Right, I'm
it's
going to
easy
need to
copy
talk
and
to
paste
chat
it.
quite a bit now because there's been lots of messages popping up and I've been sort of ignoring them because Sophia has been talking about important base-related things, but unfortunately it's meant I've not been talking about important chat-related things.
Hello, chat.
So, right, hello everyone. Yes, the Castran enemies do indeed do their researches, and every so often we'll get little things popping up saying what they've looked into, and we assume that gradually they're going to. So we assume that the reason they've now got turrets is because they've invented turrets while we weren't paying enough attention, and they're also going to start doing things like weapon damage researches and also lots and lots of things that aren't particularly useful, and these don't seem to be showing up in the. Oh yes, there we go. Water recycling. No, these are things we've been doing. Their researches don't appear in the chat history, unfortunately, but they do appear in the bottom corner of the screen when they do something. So they are, so we are seeing what they're doing, and quite a lot of it is useless stuff. Like they discovered lignumis last week, for example. That's not going to do them much good, but discovering different types of turrets and ammunition researches is probably going to make things a bit more dangerous for us. So that's going to be interesting. If they get artillery, then yes, that could be extremely difficult. We'll see what happens at that point, but hopefully we'll be able to work something out, or we'll may just end up losing big chunks of the base, and it'll be something we have to come in and solve, should we say. Face camp is desync. So it is. Right, let's see. I can usually manage to fix that. Let me try and remember how. Is it from here? Yes, this was it. I think I usually end up changing the resolution of it, which does a weird thing like that, and then if I go back in and change it back again, then hopefully everything will be back as it should, and it'll be in sync again. Yes, that looks better. There we go. Nice and in sync now. Thank you, Quago. Happy New Year to you as well. So there is a risk that Castra will research types of weapons before us, but I don't think. But no, as Peter says, because they count as a different force, they don't actually unlock things for us. They only unlock those things for themselves, so they shouldn't unlock stuff for us, as far as I'm aware. But we'll see if that happens. I think it.
So we should probably keep an eye out if they unlock other types of turrets.
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
It sounds like it's possibly it may be a bug, in which case we may need to keep an eye out for them accidentally spotting stuff for us. Researching stuff for us. Peter has pointed out that I should put some modules in here. I saw him mentioning that, so I have in fact done so. Thank you very much for the suggestion. That's going to help quite a lot. It doesn't sound like the sort of thing that should happen.
Server not responding for me?
Yep, same as.
Yep, same here as well.
Now we're back.
Oh, and Mike is being dropped, as is traditional. Nope, seems to be okay now.
Nope, fine.
You just duplicate your spaceship?
No.
Why?
Because I need another one.
But it doesn't work great.
Yeah, why have you duplicated it when it
one.
doesn't work? Alright.
Oh, that was.
So there may be a difference between. I see. There's a. I was going to say maybe there's a
Laurence
difference
was
between
complaining
triggering
about
achievement.
my
Am I going to have to mute you guys? There may be a difference between triggering achievements for you and triggering researches for you. The two are probably slightly different, and yeah, I could see them being different bugs at least. Oh yeah, putting quality modules in the space grabber things would be a good idea. Oh, we've got server not responding. No, back in. Okay, fingers crossed. Okay, well, achievements aren't a serious problem because we don't have achievements on. We do have milestones, but if some of those are a little bit wrong, then yeah, c'est la vie. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen if and when Castra get nukes, and they don't seem to be spawning. Well, so far they've only spawned bullet turrets. If in the future they spawn rocket turrets and those rocket turrets have nukes, then yes, we may well be in trouble. We'll have to find out what happens. Although that said, if they spawn a rocket turret here, and even if it does have nukes, it's going to be very, very bad for our circuit production, but it's going to miss quite a lot of our factory, so they won't be able to completely level the place. But we'll see what newer stuff appears in the future after all of that. It could be interesting and could be quite exciting.
Did you know you can copy paste the logistic connection between a lamp and an inserter?
Between a lamp and an inserter, what does that do?
Yep, so totally different types.
Oh, I see.
For the enable condition.
Yeah, for the enable condition.
Right. Okay, that makes some sense. I was trying to think why you would want to have an inserter controlled by a lamp, or possibly vice versa.
I would assume that would also mean you copy from a lamp to an assembly machine as well, or anything.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Right.
Nope, you can't. Interesting.
Launching a lot of forges, but that's okay. We
Oh yeah,
may
you
well end
can,
up
but
needing them somewhere.
the logistical connection has to be enabled first.
Oh, right. Well, otherwise, you just don't see that it's done anything.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we are producing some blue circuits with this new system, so that is going to be taking a bit of the load off the green circuit requirements, which means we're also taking a bit of the load off the iron production. We're just not producing enough for it to be completely depleted. So it's a start, anyway. That's what I'm saying. If we have, in fact, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a splitter on this belt and take out any blue circuits that come round this way, and we can then split them off and put them into the main production system. Let's just put it in this way up first, and then I can filter it. So actually, that was dumb. I should have just put it in and filtered it while it was a ghost. Well, never mind. And those can go off to the right and rotate it. I said rotate it. There we go. I can put that in there and that there, and then that should work as I want. And I can then bring these round here like that. It doesn't mean I can't do any more expansion of this of the production down here, but I think there's more than enough production going on here anyway. So this is probably going to be fine. Okay, so that's so we now if once Mike starts putting in additional production of additional gathering from data collectors sort of right up here, then what we can do is run this belt along parallel to this one. So let's move this up from there to there. No, from there to there.
Mark.
Yes.
And then we can start making
What are
more
we
blue
doing
circuits
with
for this one.
the excess sulfuric acid? Or is there such a thing?
Not until now. No. I think we're just using it up.
Okay.
There's quite a lot going into uranium mining and quite a lot
Uranium
going into
mining,
blue
yeah.
circuit production. So those two will be using a quantity of it, but I wouldn't like to. I don't know what the numbers are like.
Sophia, how do you want the? So I've set the other nickel and iron production up. How do you want the priorities done between them? Because I can see arguments to basically both ways.
Yeah. Because
Currently, the foundry method is top priority completely, but doesn't have to be.
I mean, yeah, do that, and if prioritize the foundry method. If the sulfur backs up and it cannot output, then
It'll stop,
focus.
yeah.
Then
Sorry?
It'll stop automatically.
prioritization.
Exactly. Then the other can run instead.
Okay. And yeah, if we run out of carbon, then the other one will be the one running.
Yes, I just made some carbon over here. Where is the best way to pull that in, you think?
Put the belt here.
Yeah.
There's only stuff on one side.
Over here.
So if you load both sides of that belt, then the right-hand side will be taken by priority. Currently, probably means we want to.
We'll probably want to prioritize the carbon from from Mark's area. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I've made a pipe too long.
Cool.
That's probably my fault. Yeah. Oh yeah, up here where I put all this stuff in and didn't even think about putting in pumps. There we go. Right, and we'll stick a pump in there, and it is just powered, so that's handy. Right, so
Yeah, you can just use a splitter there and priority. The other side, I'll side balance it earlier.
Yeah, please connect it together over there. I'll just pull it in here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how much of a how much of an ongoing arms race this ends up being. I suspect it'll be mostly okay, even when they're doing the infinite researches. Because if they get more damage, if they're using gun turrets and they get a bit more damage, then we'll still be able to take them out potentially from longer range with laser turrets and so on. There'll probably be some decent advantages we have over them, or at least if we set things up sensibly. The question is what happens when they invent a new type of turret that has a longer range, like when they develop laser turrets as well. At that point, we might need to come in and do a bit of rethinking, or we might just need to rely on having enough laser turrets and enough repair bots that they can take out. As long as it's only sort of 1 or 2 turrets popping up at a time, we've got enough more firepower than them that we can take anything out. So we shall see. As far as I'm aware, it's only roboports and radars that produce the pollution on this planet. But we do need to produce pollution in order to produce the resources to make all of the things we need. So it's on one hand, we could say let's try and stop making pollution, but we do kind of need the pollution in order to make the data that we need in order to make the science packs. So that's probably not practical, sadly. Would be nice, but I don't think we realistically can. Yes, artillery is going to potentially be a problem. I mean, yeah, artillery is going to gradually get slightly longer and longer range. If we leave some tanks on this planet, then if one appears, we can drive out and destroy it with the tank.
We don't have radar coverage.
No, we don't have radar coverage. That's true. Yeah.
Presumably, it would be necessary to build radars then.
Or Spidertrons, as Tristan says.
Yep.
But it's the fact that they are going to gradually get longer and longer range on their artillery. Now, hopefully, that's going to be a relatively slow thing to happen. It's not going to be sudden. They're not going to regularly be doing it. It's going to be every sort of few streams, maybe, that it becomes a problem. But it is still probably going to be a problem from time to time. Something that we're going to need to deal with. We've now made enough blue circuits with the new method that we don't need to make them with the old method. There's still a lot of buffer filling up going on here, and we are feeding out quite a lot of red circuits down here. So we are still getting through all of the resources, but it's a step in the right direction nonetheless.
Volcanus has a science problem. Do you want me to go and check on it?
What has a science problem?
Volcanus.
I think that's probably just that it hasn't caught up from last week's science
Yeah,
problem.
exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's just catching up.
I hadn't seen that we'd already had that error. Okay.
We created the
added
error
that last
existence
time,
last time.
Yeah.
It's just using both systems. That's the error message, the old and the new one.
Yeah. So it's only at 500. Only it's about 600 at the moment. So it's possible. It's possible it's not fast enough, and the system up here using the Cubium recipe needs expanding. Or
I
it
think
could just be that it needs
it's just
time to fill
buffers
back up again.
refilling.
Yeah, it could be. But there's only 600 in the buffers, which seems like not very many.
It's 19,000 in the landing pad on Norvis.
Oh, so it's just
that's-
because we're filling up Norvis very, very quickly.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay, so it should sort itself around in a little while.
I assume so, yeah.
Good thing there's no interstellar nuclear rockets. Yes, that is indeed a very good thing. Hey CC, I'm afraid that must be a you problem with Twitch. I'm afraid, because I have 12 people watching on Twitch. It seems to be all right for them. So I would suggest just refreshing the page a couple of times and seeing what happens. Ooh, is that Castra happening? Yes, it is.
Yes.
It is, yes.
So okay. So
Mike-
it's because Mike has gone out to a new place. So no, it's because Sphere's gone out to a new place.
No.
No, it isn't.
No,
Hang on, why have we?
That's me going out to a new place.
Okay, it is you. It is you, right? So it's just I was wondering why there were bots trying to fly out over this way.
Kill them, Mike.
Why are there bots flying out over here?
Because that's the direction.
There's a
beginning to put
robot
new thing-
there.
Yeah,
Oh, there
see,
was a
I've got
robot.
New stuff
Okay.
out there.
Fair enough.
So there's solar panels there.
Oh, they're not. Oh,
Oh, they're enemy solar panels.
Wow.
So how does one claim an enemy structure?
I don't
can't.
think you do.
You don't.
But you can
But
kill
you
them.
can connect power to them.
Oh, can you? So we can steal their power from their solar panels, even if we can't
Yep.
take. Okay, that's cool.
That seems.
I like nuclear, Mike. Destroy their power. They cannot have power. Kill their infrastructure.
That
Seems
sounds
a little mean.
aggressive.
There's been question about whether the science park has been keeping up with the sorter thing. It is currently not a full belt being supplied, and is keeping up happily because it's down to the last chest. 12 stacks left in it.
But a new train is arriving.
Wanting to see that. Yeah, there's a new train on its way, but hasn't arrived yet.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't.
Is it my system's not keeping up or your system?
No.
No, it's completely fine. But people have been saying, "Hey, this throughput's going to be an issue," and so I'm pointing out that it's currently not.
Okay, cool. Let's. I shall have a look at that now. I finished dropping another thing in. Just because it's nice to
let me
use
know
things.
if it's my systems that are faulty, and I'll sort them.
No,
Right, so as you say, this is very nearly empty, and it's almost all trickled through. Excellent.
the only thing we're lacking is battlefield, and that's the new science, so that makes sense.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Which planet is the electrochemical science pack?
Corundum.
Yes,
That is a bit lacking behind as well.
because that's the.
Second newest planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes a
And
while
we
to
moved fairly quickly on to.
bring in
Yeah,
60,000.
we did. Yeah.
Oh, here's a
And
train.
we had the iron copper issue last time.
Yeah,
We're currently
is-
out of copper there as well.
no, we're completely fine. We're completely fine on cables at least.
Oh.
But we're
We don't
not
have any
making-
molten copper, I suppose. But
Yeah, no copper ore.
no iron ore. Oh right, we're presumably waiting
Is
for.
that Corundum?
Steam is full.
Yeah, so we're waiting
Ah.
for daytime so the lightning storm finishes, so we actually use some steam up.
Right.
That's
Yeah, because we've turned as much as we can into water over here. This tank is full, so we then can't do anything else with the steam until Do we need to have a
More
No.
storage space for the water.
maybe? But I was thinking of a more permanent way, some way of stopping us taking power out of the accumulators when we have too much steam. But with the way everything is built up really, really close together, that's going to be very, very hard to
Yeah.
do.
No, it's
I
just
need a job.
Yeah, spamming radars around enemy buildings to produce more data packs is interesting. It might work. I have to admit, I'm not certain, but it feels like the sort of thing that should
Give me a
work.
second.
So it could be. They may end up just creating more and more and more data collectors, of course, but that's going to happen anyway, I think. So, what are these guys picking up? Oh, I see. You're tidying up from around some of the other data collectors. Fair enough. Yeah, maybe
I've
surrounding
done a
them with
thing.
radar
I've
things
done
would
a
be a good idea.
thing.
Oh,
Oh, you've jammed? Oh, you've put down a radar jammer radar thing.
Yeah.
Ah.
I jammed the radar.
oh.
Right. So if we leave that for a while, we can then wait and see
And
if
the
these
vacuum
things
data
continue
packet
spawning
does not decay
things.
when it stays in the thing.
What do you mean?
Oh, right, so that they now don't drop out of the.
Yeah.
Um,
I'd done a clever.
Ah, that's interesting.
Huh. That is very interesting, actually.
And can
I
be
saw we
picked up by
researched the thing
bots
and I was
or
like, ooh, this seems like a thing that we should be cognizant of. Which I hate the word cognizant.
oh, you have to insert them out probably.
Yeah, we probably have to.
Yeah.
We could use a filtered inserter, but then I worry that maybe if they filled up on advanced circuits, Miller, yada yada yada,
Yeah.
they might stop unloading.
Yeah, I mean they should
But-
just
Just
toss
unload
everything
everything
out.
directly
'Cause it's useful in some fashion. So.
It's using jammer interference as a fuel,
But
but the
it's
jammer's
not.
only outputting interference at a certain
Ah.
rate.
Ah, so
Yeah,
the
so it can
limit
only-
to how much it can jam.
But
Yeah.
the data packet isn't decaying while in the.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
That's
that's worth knowing. I don't know if it's actually useful, but it's interesting to know nonetheless.
We
Yeah,
set the
it's
inserters to
also
a blacklist, and if we have 0 tanks or 0 ammo, then you flag it and say, "Hey, don't output any data at the moment."
Yeah, except I'm also going to be grabbing the data and turning it into
Okay,
blue
yeah,
circuits.
you can
But yeah,
you can
with
put the appropriate rules on.
yes.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I mean, maybe you should put another one down because it ran out at some point.
Yep. So I'm also jamming the ones over here as well.
Well, don't start jamming too much because we kind of want. I kind of want the chaos to unfold
I get you. I get you. I dig.
Because we still haven't seen what they're capable of.
We've only seen minimal chaos. I'm sure
I'm with
yeah.
you. I'm thinking what you want is sir, given this is your planet, my recommendation to you is you want chaos to happen in a controlled environment, i.e. not in the middle of the base.
Have you met Sophia?
No.
Not in person.
Do you know what he's like?
Yes, I do.
I would like for things to blow up. That would be fun. So if
Presumably
these
this is
enemies
why
are
those
capable,
there and where is it? I saw some. These down here are going to really go nuts.
I mean, if they're capable of blowing stuff up, then I would like that to happen.
But do you want it to happen, here, in the middle of the hydrogen sulfide production?
That would be the best place for it.
Alright.
The way we're playing it really doesn't matter as well, because
That's fair.
stuff's just dropped in from orbit. It basically
Severe.
doesn't lose any progress.
Yeah, fair enough.
This data collector is in the range of the roboport. Do you want me to move the roboport or connect it via belt or have another solution for that?
You could just move the roboport a couple squares to the left or something.
Okay.
Left and
will
up
do.
and yes. Mark, could you please connect the uranium mine in to the southeast?
Sure.
There's ghosts on it already.
Southeast. Oh yeah. Will do.
This wall's in the way. Right, I'm going to head over there and poke that wall because it's in the way.
Sophia, I also need a job.
Yes. Similarly to how we've made a wall here to the east, please make another wall around here.
Okay.
And
I just saw damage occurring to
And
this
I'm
here, and it wasn't done by me.
okay.
What did occur?
Damage.
Damage. Oh.
I
Or
don't know.
maybe it was done by me and I didn't realise, but I don't think so.
So clumsy.
Tristan, the stuff that is inside our base, so to speak, or within our walls, I would like to have those connected up and giving us science.
Yep.
Right, I've put in a little bit of an expansion up in the north to try and get some more data packets through, avoiding the area that Mike's playing in, of course, because I think that'll help get us some more blue circuits, which I think could be quite useful. I've not actually seen anything valuable. Here comes a data packet. Let's see if that gets snaffled up by these machines as it should, and if so, let's see if we actually put. Oh no, hang on a minute. This belt's pointing the wrong way. We're never going to do anything with that.
Laurence, when putting them in, make sure that they can make it all the way to wherever you need them.
Yeah, that's the plan. So I've got the packets being gathered from there, and then science being done here. Sorry, not science. It's circuits being done here. With the theory being we've probably got enough science production, and if not, we can always paste extra in anyway if we need to. But I think we could do with a bit more blue circuit production going on.
Yeah, just make sure that they don't decay on the way to wherever you want to do something.
Yes, exactly. Yay, blue circuit production. Right, I do have a minor concern that we might end up with too many blue circuits down here. In fact, I should probably put in some sort of control system on this for the sake of sanity. So let's run this along here.
The line has run away.
If I run this all the way up to the ends, this is rather silly. I probably should have gone along some pylons for this rather than the belt, but never mind, it'll do. Right, and then we can come along to here and I need an and for all of these because I was going to have this only insert when there was a shortage of blue circuits. I could run it to all of these. No, I can't. That won't work. Actually, yes, it will. If I replace these with green cables for this bit, like that, and then remove the red cables from here, that will carry on working exactly as it did before. But now there's room to run this red cable along here like that, and then I can tell these to enable when blue circuits. If I can find blue circuits. They're near the. Surely they're near the top. There they are. Blue circuits. It will run when blue circuits is less than 200, say, and I'll come back and check on what that should actually be. And also, I need to tell this one to read from the belt. There. So read all like that, and now you're seeing a number of 115. Okay. I don't know how high that's going to get. It's certainly going to get well above 200. I think it can probably be 300 or 400. Let's set it to 400 for now, and then when we've made a few more of these circuits, we can then see how that's holding up. There we go. All right. I don't think these things actually require power, unfortunately. So stealing their power from their solar panels probably isn't going to slow them down very much. Sadly, it'd be a nice idea though. I like the idea of trying to sabotage the enemy by stealing the electricity out of their from their solar system.
There's a whole lot of stuff heading down towards you now, Laurence.
So there is. Gosh, thank you. Well, if any of the data packets are still good when they get down to my blue circuit production, which I think they're probably not going to be. I think they've had
I don't fancy your chances, to be
honest. A little bit too long to fester, but hopefully they'll start once they start being brought fresh, like these next two. These will hopefully get there in time. If not, then I'm going to have to move my blue circuit production even further up the belts. But I was hoping it'd be all right down here.
Yeah, I mean, there is a world where you just put an output belt and have blue circuits come back up the other way.
It's exactly what That's what I've done. The blue circuits are being unloaded onto the same output belt and sent down it.
That's what you mean, right? Okay.
It's just whether the data packets get to here in time. Although they're not actually needed. We've got enough of them at the moment, which I think is a sign that I need to put in more machines making blue circuits. So I'll probably do that in a moment.
What's pretty interesting is that, Mike, the ones that you have jammed, they are producing red circuits, whilst the ones that aren't jammed are producing green circuits.
Okay.
Huh.
Are there any other differences in output?
Yes. The jammed ones don't output gunpowder.
Okay.
I think I'd rather have red circuits than gunpowder.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I don't see that. Yeah, it sounds like a good thing. Right, what's here?
Yeah.
That's
the
82. So 160. Yeah, so maybe let's make that 200 instead of 400.
Collectors don't have an evolution factor.
So they
It's a
basically
friendly
become
force building and not a enemy force building.
Yeah.
I don't think they are. They're still enemy buildings, I think. They're just
You can select them and look inside them in a way you can't for the others.
Yeah, true. I can't mark them for deconstruction, though.
Well, I'm currently wearing my lasers. Oh no, not let me put my lasers on. They're not being attacked anymore, so they're friendly force.
There is a concept of captured buildings in Factorio. Maybe that's what they count as.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly how it's implemented. Captured is, potentially just a temporary force change. I don't know. I'm watching I was watching a data pack thing go down the bus, and I've now lost it. Where's he gone? All right, there's another one. I don't know if it's the same one or not, but I'm watching it. It's half out. Some bots whizzed by. Seemed rude. Give it a lift. Been joined by another one, which is at full freshness.
M8 is doing a Covarex wait.
I also think that once we
Yes, it's
jam
got
them,
there.
they won't spawn more.
That is the impression I got from a very limited understanding of how the system works, yes.
It's a reasonable assumption, I'd say.
Which is also a bit of a shame, because that means, we will have to go further for more things.
But there are a lot of them around. And so...
It's not exactly a shortage, yeah. But I mean, having a couple of jammed ones gives you some science. Like, I'm not wandering around putting them down everywhere. Most things you haven't told me to, but you can do a bit of science with the jammed ones as well as the unjammed ones.
Yeah, I think it probably makes. I guess if we wanted to make things as peaceful as possible on this planet, what we probably end up doing is blowing up, is jamming a number of them that are inside our sort of factory area, and using those as our actual supply, and making sure we're getting enough battlefield science data packets from them, and then we try and blow up all of the other ones that are inside our factory, inside our walls, maybe put in some better walls, and then probably also blow them up out to a certain perimeter to try and keep ourselves safe. Whether we end up doing that, when we end up doing that, we should wait and see, but that is probably going to be the sort of the reasonable level of pacification for this planet, should we say.
We'll also be interested to see if they can cross the light oil fields, because we can walk on them.
Yes, I'm intrigued to see if I find out about that.
So have you any moving enemies spawn? Or is that just an
no.
assumption they will move one
So
way?
far, we have only seen gun turrets, specifically the bullet gun turrets. Those are the only enemies they've spawned. We have suspicions, due to perhaps possible spoilers, that is going to change. But at the moment, the only enemies we've seen have been bullet turrets.
That's fair. I do like, on a slightly different note, I do like the way that as the resident biter negotiator person, I go away for a stream and you're blowing these things up and just sort of trying to roll with it. I rock up and pretty much immediately negotiate them over onto our side.
Thanks to the research we completed right at the end of the last stream, yes.
Technicalities is fine.
Yeah. Yeah, Peter is concerned about the UPS cost of the rate of the jammer things. We'll have to find out, I suppose. And then Riddler is threatening our sanity and existence. Oh, true. Yes, that's a good point. I keep forgetting you can use radars to transfer signals. That would be a good idea. I'll set that up for the next expansion I do. I shall set that up. In fact, I shall set it up now down here, just because that's going to be an easy way to make sure I remember that it is a thing. So put that on there and that on there. Whether we're actually going to get any more of these remains to be seen, but I think this is still, nevertheless, is going to be a useful thing to be transmitting.
Does anyone have roboports in their inventory they're hoarding? Because we're severely lacking.
I've got a couple in my pocket.
Could you jump them into the logistics system, please? Because
I have tossed my one into the logistics system.
I need 3 total, so if Mike could also do the same with his 2, then that would be...
Oh no, I've got... Well, okay, it's 10, and they're gone.
Where's all that coming from? Is anyone else feeding signals onto the radars, into the radars?
I am not.
Because I'm
not.
Maybe it's the enemy.
Maybe. No, because I'm doing. Let's see. I'm doing a read. Let's disconnect this because just to make sure, right? So down here we're doing a read of the red network, and sorry, we're doing a read of this belt, and then I put down another one over here. I think somebody else has connected a red cable to a radar, and I have no idea how to find out who's done that, or rather where that's been done. Oh, I'm reading the contents of the... Oh, right, okay. Thank you. Yes, you're right. You're quite right. I'm reading the contents of all these machines. That makes a lot of sense.
Laurence fail.
It was indeed. Yep. Yes, thank you. You are quite right. But I think that doesn't matter, except the only way that sort of matters is it means anything that's in these machines will be counted on this total here. But never mind, that just means we'll produce slightly fewer. And I might bump the... That's a lot of stuff going past. I might bump the numbers up a little bit because I thought 200 was going to be about enough, but it seems like it's not. Let me try something. If I connect a green cable from there to there, so we're reading this one to green as well. Yeah, there's 200. That's 203. I reckon I can probably fit another. Yeah, I can fit another 100 in there. So let's bump that up to 300 instead of
Potential
200.
lag.
That was indeed some lag.
And aren't you
We
happy
are
that I
still
told you in
alive.
advance?
It
Yes,
was,
that
yeah.
very nice.
It was nice to know. Oh, was that you? Was
Oh.
that you pasting in your spaceship? No, it can't have been because you did that a while back.
It was. He copied a different one. Or
Oh, I see.
Mark, there's a thing here.
No, it's a
Oh, you've made another lime. Okay.
yeah, basically.
At some point, I'll
I'm now confused because it's telling me that it can't place things that are on the line on an exact copy of.
Have
I'm
you
very
tried to put
confused.
down? Have you offset the? No, you can't
you don't
offset
have
the
the
thing,
foundation
thing.
yet. You just need more foundation. That's on its way.
I mean, it could be as simple as that.
If you don't have foundation, you can't build stuff on top of the foundation.
I know that. It's just whatever. It'll be fine.
It's basically working.
The request
And we
order
have
is
plenty down
basically
here, so that's pretty
left
good.
to right in the menus. So foundation is actually moderately late.
No, fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's the fact that
presumably-
you do the initial thing and it's just like, oh yeah, whatever, that's fine. And now it's saying most of this is fine, but randomly there's some bits that are already there that appear to be identical that it can't do. So unless Mark has very sneakily got in there and changed
Where's
something,
it saying it can't do something?
there. It's now saying it can't put that laser turret down again. I'm not sure why we've got laser turrets on the line, but
It does still take
It's
greens.
not saying it
It's
can't
saving
place it.
copper.
it is in my copy paste.
Alternative recipes. This one.
Oh, you're
I'm
trying to
not-
paste
So is it
over
worth
it?
using?
Yeah,
that
as it stands, just
to make
hovering over it with the same copy
reds-
paste.
make
Exactly the
greens
same
to
as
move
just pasted. It's
reds.
just going, yeah, no, can't. It's got the red hash thing of obstruction.
Yeah, because it's a laser. Because it's a different color laser turret.
So
You're now trying to place a different color rather than the 0F3 or whatever that says. Green.
It is 0F3S. I can hear you lean into the screen to.
Yes, I
Yep.
noticed that as well.
It's bright green. It's very on off white. It's very difficult to read.
Yeah, true that.
Yes.
Anyway,
Actually, we seem to have a reasonable supply of iron now. Like it's full along one side of the belt, which means we do have enough to keep everything running, just not quite enough to. We're just building up the amount in the buffers along here. I think probably because yes, we've now mostly stopped. We've slowed down on making the red circuits a bit because we've filled up this ludicrously long belt that I put in up here, and we've now got a decent number of blue circuits. Oh, in fact, I've jammed the system up. So the number it was counting to is slightly too high. I think putting in a chest of storage would be a buffer chest in here would be a good idea. So let's do that, and then let's do that and no, oh for goodness sake, that and that. So that'll put a chest in there, and we can then link that into this belt as well, with the red cable hopping down here, and then I can increase that number significantly further, and know that we're going to have plenty. If the bots could stop tidying up after data collectors and come and build this bit for me, that'd be very much appreciated. What's going on?
Laurence,
Yeah?
could you please add some sort of system that takes the greens and red circuits out of boxes and uses them where they're needed over there?
Yes, I can. Right, which one's red? This is red. Okay, so I put that there, and then that would be a blue chest. Goes
There.
there.
Do you want this copper mine
Some
tapped or
selects.
not?
Could you repeat that, Sir Tristan?
Do you want this copper mine tapped or not?
Reds.
Oh, I don't think it's needed.
Okay. That wall will be completed in due course then. There's one more.
There.
What's the name to grab over to the left?
Yeah.
Make a request for greens. Due to the way the system is set up, the greens aren't going... Oh, actually, better idea.
Tristan, if you could just tap these as well, and just
Okay.
feed them down to a reasonable spot, and maybe have a forge or something over here, so that the top ones don't decay.
Yep.
Ugh. Come on, bring me a... Right, okay, so there we go. That's all the... that's outside Roboport range. Great. Why is there a Roboport dead zone over here? What's going on? Let's put this in here. That'll work. There's plenty of room for stuff in this gap over there on the side. Right, so there we go. That's pulled all those blue circuits in now. We've now read from in here. We've got 63 in there. We can obviously... we're going to be able to store these stack up to what? 200... 100. So we can stick 4,000 in there. So let's make this 2,000 on all of these machines. Might as well have plenty of these. Which side of the belt do they unload onto? Okay, they do still unload onto this side, so that's fine. We're still going to be prioritising... I mean, either way, we'd be prioritising them over the ones that are made nearby. But that's a good thing, because if we make them up here, any Battlefield data science packets here wouldn't make it back to the factory. Now, we could put in an additional forge to make the science packs up here. That is certainly a possibility. But as it is, we're grabbing all of the data packets that come from this area are going to be grabbed here and turned into blue circuits, if possible. And then, but that means that the ones that come from here will only be turned into blue circuits if we have a shortage of them, if we run out somehow from the ones that are coming from further north, and then they can be passed down a bit further down here and hopefully make it to this one in order to be made into science packs. Now, it does appear that we are still short of tanks, so let's go and have a look at that next. So over here it is, the engine units aren't coming in quickly enough, because despite what I said about having enough science packs earlier, actually, no, we're making a steady flow of engine units. These machines are all running as fast as they possibly can. It's just that isn't making engine units fast enough to make the tanks fast enough. So do we want to have perhaps slightly... I see. Okay, someone's put in some speed beacons along here. That's going to help. Excellent.
I only added the one for the last two machines. That
Oh.
I'm missing it.
Okay, even with those, then we are still... Oh, we've run out of electricity. Can we have some of that spare steam from Corundum? Can we ship that over, perhaps, with some sort of Arco pipe? Where's our power coming from? Mostly coming from turbines, and we've now run out. So is this just the nuclear... Okay, we aren't doing the silly thing where we were condensing the steam. That's been removed. So is it just that we aren't producing enough power from our nuclear plant? Let's have a look. So we have been producing somewhere in the region of 250
Out of
megawatts.
water.
We're out of water.
Yeah, because we are out of the yellow cloud things.
The yellow cloud things.
We've run out of hydrogen sulfide. Have we run out of hydrogen sulfide because we've run out of water?
No.
Weapon shooting speed 3 and electric automation 2.
Oh, nice.
They research 2 at once.
I added, so basically I expanded, I destroyed some walls, and in this one I added new pump jacks to compensate for the hydrogen pump jacks over there in the other field. So we probably just have to expand to another field.
Okay. Who's looking for a
Right.
job?
That sounds easier said than done. Oh, there's one over there, way off to the west.
I think up north was one.
Right, one up here. That's 14 million. Actually, they're 21 million, 14 million, 8 million over here. Only 4.8 million in the middle. That's problematic.
I mean, Zephyr wanted chaos.
It's true.
I want shooty chaos, not power loss chaos.
Should be more specific.
Yeah, if anybody's looking for a job, then we know what's
Yes,
next.
about to say, I'm about to ask for another job.
So,
I'm
Mike,
regretting this right now.
you're fairly close. If you could tap this up here, please.
What do you want to tap, sorry?
This.
The one you're standing.
Ah.
Oh no. the
Oh,
one
gotcha,
map
gotcha.
on.
Tap that.
And
Okay.
pipe it down to here-ish.
Yeah. Do you want it to just be chucked
When you
straight
say
into the top
tap
of
that? Oh, the hydrogen sulfide vent. Sorry, right there we go.
Yes, he's not expecting you to go out and make and engage in relations, shall we say, with the Castran enemies.
Well, dude, you need to phrase it better.
I did.
That's fine.
Sophia?
Yes.
Oh, the
This uranium mine has been connected. Once we have power,
Yay.
we'll have more uranium. Where do you want me to connect that? Do you want a new row of processors or centrifuges? I mean, or just add it to the belt?
Yeah, I just added. I think if Tristan made. Yeah, exactly.
That was just- Yeah, there's a belt snaking
it's
off through and under the
coming
wall
in-
over here.
We have. Oh yeah. Okay, so we have double. If you could just put it onto the belt in here.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
I noticed the jammed data collectors show up as blue on the map, whereas the unjammed ones show up in red, which is interesting. It's even more interesting when there's a power shortage, because then they suddenly flicker over to red and then go back to blue again as the radar thing kicks back in.
That actually, genuinely, is a potential risk factor. If your power dips, suddenly you've got a whole lot of hostile forces inside your perimeter. You know,
Ooh, like that. Oh no, they're only partly. That freshness thing is weird on the interference. And I'm trying to work out if mathematically it is inevitably going to occasionally have brief moments of not being covered. But I think it is. But but as long as the jammer is working, it'll get a new it'll get a new one in it. But while the red bar is still shrinking, so it's probably
I
going to
looked
be
at
okay.
it. It was up to 10, and it.
Yeah, and then they all
it
suddenly
just started
decay.
off,
Yeah.
from 0 again.
Yeah, but it didn't. But as long as it doesn't go unjammed in that time, it's probably all right. It's more the spoilage bar. So the average spoilage keeps going freshness. Sorry, keeps going down, even though it's adding new ones in, and eventually that reaches 0.
this
Yes,
one
it
here,
will reach
losing
0 now.
health,
That.
Losing health.
Nope, like
You all missed that.
that, and then, but there's a little bit left in it, and you get just about enough coming back in that it just hangs on and carries on working. So it's sort of all right. What were you saying, Mike?
Nice. Slimes, watch. What's this one here? Watch it. Losing health.
Oh, so it needs power. If they're
Losing
jammed,
health.
they need power.
So the jam data collector, if there's no jamming source, loses health until it becomes a regular data collector.
Okay.
Yes, and that's why you
And now it's
mentioned
protected.
you thought
Sorry.
that you heard something, but you didn't. It was.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes sense.
Now it's protected from automated shooting.
What do you say?
If you hover over it, it says protected from automated shooting. Shift and spacebar can be used to
Ah.
shoot at random.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Which I haven't got any guns on me.
So this is entirely vanilla mechanics. That is exactly what the equivalent in vanilla does.
Yes.
Yeah.
We haven't got to yet.
Yes. I know of what you're referring to.
I know what you speak, young man. I also know what you speak.
Oh, Quagor is suggesting maybe we should be using condensation turbines to prevent us from burning through quite so much water with our nuclear power. And since water seems to be a limited resource, previously water was something we had too much of and we needed to actively get rid of. Now suddenly things have flipped over and we now suddenly have too little water. So I feel that we need some sort of circuit control on the pump jacks to determine whether. So we use the magic pump jacks when we have too much water, and the vanilla pump jacks when we have insufficient water. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so that means maybe we don't need the condensation turbines, but then on the other hand, maybe we should have them anyway. But then we'd have probably have too much water, and it's difficult.
I mean, the current water issue is just we don't have any input to convert to water.
Right. Okay.
So
Well, also, isn't that because we have too many wells designated as the magical pump jacks?
no, it's just 4. All the others are the old system, and we are using all the sulfur. So I think it's just a base supply issue, basically.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So yeah, we are still, yes, as you say, we still have basically 0 hydrogen sulfide. So.
Someone is working on that, right?
Yes, Mike is going to hook up some more.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, it's not the world's sort of fastest moving bit of work, but it's going.
Would you like me to start running a hydrogen sulfide pipe up from the top corner here up to where Mike is setting up the mine, so he's got somewhere to go into?
Yes, please do.
Was that a yes?
Yes, please do
Sorry.
that. Yes.
Yeah, there was a rocket launch. I didn't hear. Turns out rockets are quite loud. Who knew?
You will probably have to use some pumps, so you might as well start
Yes.
off with a pump in the beginning. There's
Oh, that's true. Yeah, all right.
as to not disturb the other stuff.
Yep, that makes sense. Pipe across there. Right. Where is Mike? Why is Mike? Also, what is Mike? Right, yeah, so just head straight due north. Maybe avoid the copper patch, maybe not bother. And then we'll hit him eventually. Oh, I'm outside Robo. Let's be lazy and just move across a little bit so that we're inside Roboport range.
Those 4 won't really solve the issue, I think. We have to go to this one.
Oh, jeez. Oh yeah, those have a lot of patches.
Yeah, I mean, I just go.
No, Mike. Please continue with that. What you're doing right now.
I do this one as well. Yeah, I can go further over that one if necessary. It's
Mark, do you have
Yeah, I can do that. Yep.
The heal rate on the jam ones is so high.
That you can't finish a sentence.
You can't kill them. It out heals uranium ammunition.
Really? Oh, on the jammed ones. If you shoot jammed ones, okay, gotcha. I was gonna say, I definitely shot some normal ones and was able to do significant damage to them. Right, there's.
I'm gonna hop off for 5 minutes, grab some more food. So if something happens, then chaos. Let chaos ensue.
Okay.
You don't need to. Oh, you are actually trying to destroy it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
So
We'll leave you to it.
Given the quantity required, can't not really. I'll probably take the other one as well. What's to me?
Right, I've given you a pipe to put the goop into. I'm probably going to need to put some pumps in on it as well, but I'll put one in here since there seems to be power. No, I won't because there's fiddly stuff. I can't. There's walls that I can't destroy. Oh, actually, if I take that out and I put the pump in here, like that, then go underground again, there probably isn't power here. No, because that's only got a tiny coverage area. But I can probably leech some power from it like that. And yeah, well, we've got power in general in this whole area, so that should be okay. The question is at this point. Oh, I see. There's another pump going in there. The question is this pipe going to be okay? I think it might be. Well, we'll keep an eye on it.
Laurence, would you mind following me with a pipe to the
Okay.
west?
Yeah, no problem.
Invitations you never thought you were going to get. You know?
Oh, our pylons don't link to their pylons, but they have up
They
here.
should.
So why has that not linked to that? Let's see if I can just put in a copper cable manually. Enemy wires cannot be changed.
Does it have max connections?
It's got one.
No. But I can link up to that one because that is one of ours. It's very strange. Yeah, so it's connected up by the roboport to the rest of our factory, so the pump should be fine. Oh, the pipe is still too long, even with a pump there. That's annoying. There's no real there's no power coverage still down here. How much too long is it? It's 100 too long. Okay, that's quite a lot.
Mike, those are burner pump jacks.
Yeah, I just saw.
That does not sound like the best type of pump jack to be using.
There we are. That's a very fixable thing once you know what it is.
Yeah.
And then...
Right, there we go. That should sort that out. Then from up here, that should be now... Yes, there we go. That's now powered. And we wanted another pipe going from here.
I'll just put in a pump there. Which should make it work.
How far's he gone? Oh, I see. Mark, you're outside outside radar range. I'm going to putting in roboports anyway, assuming you want, unless you're going to place all of that yourself.
Yes, I was going to.
Oh, okay. I won't put in the roboports then, and that's as far as I can go.
We're severely lacking in roboports at the moment.
Okay.
Power.
I meant
Really lacking in power.
Power is.
I meant Laurence just
Sorry?
following me, like physically. With
Oh, I suppose I could do that. Why am I moving so slowly? If I turn my exoskeletons off, there we go. In that case, I'll even get some. I'll even get some underground pipes so I can lay the whole thing myself rather than just putting down ghosts for them.
Is it water that we're out of?
It was at one
so
point.
Giant nuclear power plant here. I don't know if it's me lighting or if that's everyone. With shed loads of fuel and
we've run out of water.
Water, okay.
We've run out of water because we've run out of the hydrogen sulfide, though. We're making water from hydrogen sulfide and then using that to produce electricity, which is probably foolish, but it's what we're doing.
Do we need some sort of bootstrapping mechanism?
We do have a chunk of solar.
Yeah, it is producing water currently.
Okay.
We also don't have enough
Okay, so that's
underground pipe. Where is the lime? The lime is on its way. It's going to Vulcanus, okay, of all places. Okay, fine. We will not be relying on the lime then. Reliming.
Could I have another job, please?
Here's not here, so.
Could you go and dribble into the pipe to keep the power generation running?
I don't need either.
I have returned, and
Oh, Alt F, not Alt R.
You're going off the south side of the large pylons, right?
Yes.
Come from the other
yeah,
side.
Mike, to the north there, could you please build a northern wall above our...
Certainly.
Yeah, I just built the whole thing off the pipe off where you put the pump in.
I think it would be best to pace up here.
By bot?
What? Oh,
Why are you building by bot rather than just clicking and holding?
because I'd already put the ghosts in, but no, that's a fair point. I have now, however, run out of underground pipes, so I'm going to need to make some more.
Me as
Would you not
well.
want me to go a couple of dozen tiles south sphere due to this gap here?
Repeat that, sorry, Mike?
Would you not want me to go a bit further south due to that gap there that I've just pinged?
No, I mean, I want that gap to be within our borders, basically.
Oh, I see. Yep, got you. Okay, fine.
We still haven't determined whether whatever enemies do end up spawning may or may not spawn in, whether they'll be able to cross these oil lakes.
Laurence, could you go to the field I added and put down a radar if you have?
Maybe. Oh, we've got pipe too long for errors. One moment. Yes, I'll put it when I get up there. No, I won't because I don't have a radar.
Okay. I'll follow you and get some.
I do have pumps, so that's convenient. Pump.
Mark, do you think it would be wise to put in condenser turbines again?
I would have a look at it once the pipes are connected.
Yeah, Yeah. No rush. Yeah, the priority
Yeah.
is getting stuff in.
Oop. Low water. Oh, Castra's water. Has that just been set up? Because it probably should have gone off a long time ago. Okay,
No,
that's all right then.
I had it.
That's okay then. Yeah, we do. Yes, we've got a lot of sulfur coming out because we. Oh, that's where we're going wrong. Oh no. That's where we're going wrong. We're feeding all of this sulfur out, so we should be using less hydrogen sulfide, making less water, and using condensing turbines, and using less sulfur by generating all of the sulfur with the foundry method of producing the nickel and the iron.
I didn't follow you there.
Okay, so we've got two recipes for producing nickel and iron at the moment. One uses sulfur, the other generates sulfur. So if we switch over to mostly using the one that generates sulfur and try to stop taking sulfur out from the from this system, then we don't need to use as much hydrogen sulfide up because we'll only be making sulfur for sulfur. No, because we'll only be no, we don't. We need to use less water.
That's how we produce water.
Yeah,
exactly.
but if we use condenser turbines, then we use less water, and therefore we'll use less hydrogen sulfide. And the only reason we need to use the water up is because we're trying to produce massive quantities of sulfur, because we're turning it all into nickel. But so if we can stop turning it all into nickel, then we don't need to produce as much sulfur, and therefore we can have less water that we need to get rid of, and therefore we can use the condenser turbines, and then we'll be using a lot less of the hydrogen sulfide.
Well, yeah, but previously the issue was we had too much water. That's why we added the magic pump.
Yes, that's why but we have too much water because we're trying to use too much sulfur. So if we use less sulfur, then we will be producing less water, and therefore we won't have too much of it.
But we're already prioritizing the system that produces the sulfur.
We're not producing the sulfur that's coming out of it, and it's jammed up because we've got too much sulfur. So
no, you're saying prioritizing the other one, the one that produces water. I think.
Oh no! It should be the other.
Here we have sulfur coming in and not being used, and therefore it's jammed the system up. If we use that sulfur by priority, then we'll need to make less sulfur down here, and therefore we'll be producing less water, which means we won't need to waste it, so we can put in condenser turbines, and therefore we'll get through a lot less hydrogen sulfide, so we won't need to push out as many new mines.
Yes. When we Tristan got his instructions for that, then we had a massive surplus of water, but that is not the case anymore. So yeah, Tristan, when you can, could you prioritize the sulfur input there, please?
The lime has clearly just arrived. There's enormous amounts of stuff going both up and down. Excellent. Yeah, so...
What's it requesting?
Forges.
Is it not already stocked up on them?
No. The last 8 are on its way.
How many is it requesting?
200.
He says... Right, okay. Quite a lot then. That's fair enough. No, not a criticism, just sort of a blimey. Alright, so we're now... we're prioritising the iron from there because it's going up here and then... Well, it's being put onto both sides of the belt, yes. It is being prioritised, what there is of it. The nickel is being prioritised over here. Lovely. Again, we're not producing enough, but it's a start.
Did we make a machine to make more silos somewhere? Or did we just handcraft those, or...?
I think... Oh, yeah, I think we made... Yeah, it's up here.
Yeah, you can't handcraft, right? Because liquid...
Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah, you won't be able to at all.
Alright.
Continuing the theme of trying to reduce the amount of hydrogen sulfide we get through, do you think we need more of these setups doing the advanced nickel production system? I worry a little bit that we're not going to have enough iron, though, from doing that, because it's... Well, I was going to say it's not producing very much, but I feel like the reason it's not producing very much is because there's 2 machines doing this, and there's a bajillion machines doing the older system. So if we had the same number of both, maybe it would be enough iron.
Laurence, did you manage to add in some sort of drain on the green and red circuits in
Yes.
the whole build? Okay, good.
Okay, Sophia, do you want me to extend the wall over here?
Not right now.
That's okay.
The issue with the producing more iron that way is we are about at the point where we're not using much of the nickel from the other one. We're using some, but
Oh, and a lot of it's just getting recycled.
it
right.
is. Yeah, it wasn't the. Yeah, I hadn't noticed it was being recycled, but yeah, it's the. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like that we're recycling the nickel, but then I also know that we want to have as much. I know that we need more iron. So unless we're going to do a bajillion engine productivity researches,
We don't need more iron at the moment.
True,
One
it is
side
sort
of
of
the belt is backed up.
true. It is hanging on. It is now sort of hanging on-ish.
Yeah, engine productivity would help.
Yeah, we need more engines. Yeah.
Yeah, we're still. That is still a limiting factor on how quickly we can churn out tanks.
That was a hint, by the way, Sophia. Engine productivity is a research.
Oh, okay. I was actually gonna look at the researchers, but distractions and all that.
Yeah.
It takes 2,062 of each of the science packs to do the next one, which is an odd. No, it's not technically. It's not an odd number, but it's a slightly strange number.
We have 6.6k in the science area currently.
What's our science productivity like at the moment?
Just a moment.
At
We
least
also have
3.
1.2k in the mall.
Okay. We potentially need more machines making steel, but the steel is only for making the forges, and we've got
12%.
nearly enough of those by now. Only 12%? Oh,
Yep.
blimey. Okay.
Yeah, we're early game.
True, I suppose, yeah. The steel is
that's
only
a
being used for
terrifying
making the
thought.
forges, though, so we're not getting through. We don't have an enormous amount of demand on it, and we're not too worried if we have a bit of a shortage. The tanks are being made from nickel instead of steel, so that saves an enormous amount there. And no, steel does not go into engine units because we're using a different local recipe, which uses iron gears, iron pipes, and gunpowder. So apparently, it doesn't use steel, which is interesting. The normal recipe, though, I believe you're right. I think that does use steel. Pretty sure. Yes, normal recipe does use steel. Somehow we're replacing the steel with gunpowder in this particular build. Don't ask me how that works. I'd have been a lot more comfortable if that had been nickel rather than gunpowder, but apparently that's how it works. So yes.
Sometimes we just don't judge.
Sometimes we look at it and go,
I need evidence
what?
of that. Pretty sure we always judge.
Yeah.
Can confirm judgment is a thing we do. I like the way there's bits of flora and fauna just on top of the oil here.
Yeah, I remember. I noticed that last week. It was just sort of, well, it's just like the River Ank. It's crunchy enough. You've been walking on it. Clearly, plants can grow there too.
I mean, there is a certain amount of logic there, as terrifying as that logic is.
If Mike can stand on it, things can
The
obviously
new
grow.
stuff I've built in the northeast is the data collectors out there are producing stuff incredibly slowly because they don't have data pollution, much data pollution over them because they're on the outskirts.
Yeah.
It's barely even a trickle.
And as long as we have enough coming from further in, that's not necessarily. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. We are only we're making the blue circuits faster than we're using them, but not by an enormous number. I've told this box to fill up to 2,000, and there's about 100 in it at the moment. But I mean, that is more than zero, so it is adequate. But these are not churning it out at quite the rate that maybe they could. Oh, they're all running. They've just let a piece of data go past, so maybe that is a sign I should put in some more buildings along here. Let's put in another 2. Because it can't hurt. It can only make things better. We can put that there.
And it'll reduce the rate we're producing science at,
No, it won't, because the data packets that get to here won't make it all the way down to the factory anyway, because it's too far. They tend to be at about 15 seconds left, or 15 to 20 seconds left by the time they get to here. So, I'm going to need another power thing. So yeah, they're going to have no chance of making it all the way down to the main factory and where it's being produced. And given that our limiting factor is the tanks, I'm not too worried about that.
Yeah.
It's a shame. I assume we're not going to be able to put We're not going to be able to put productivity modules in there because a tank is technically a final product, so that's not going to help.
Yeah, we're still
just
short
this thing.
on the iron still.
Yeah. Oh, it's gone down since
Oh,
we saw.
We're now
before.
short on iron. Yeah, we weren't 5 minutes ago. Whenever we looked,
Is that because the output is full of holmium?
nickel. Yes, probably.
Yes, the one inserter is.
Need to do that then.
Yeah. And is this some funny business because they're running off the same belt?
Another job, please.
Wait,
The ammunition is on its way up. It's working its way up the mark belt now.
Why is...
I don't think it really needs a mark belt. You could do
Everything
something.
needs a mark belt.
Well, I mean, you could do something similar to what has been done here and just have a request chest. I think that would be better.
I think, that's horrible.
Well,
You're not wrong. It could be done that way.
the thing is, we don't even know if it's going to be used at all. So
Yeah,
I think
That's true. We do, yeah.
remove the mark belt and add a requester chest for.
All right, I shall remove Mark's belt. Sorry, Mark. I hope your trousers don't fall down.
It's alright. He's probably sitting for the game while he's gaming. Probably.
I like
you
the just sort of.
I mean, you extended my belt, which was just an extension of the previous belt.
Yeah. And
That
That's
reminds
how
me, I have a
belts
standing
happen.
desk I should use more often.
Yeah, I've heard they're quite good. I've never actually used one though. There were a few at a previous company I worked for, but they were all it was a hot desking thing, but all the standing desks were earmarked for people who specifically needed standing desks for whatever reason or another. So it wasn't just they were prioritised to them, but there was no way to book them. And there was a booking system there as well. So essentially, even though it had been interesting to try and they were frequently free, in theory I could never actually try one. Now that said, one of the people on my team did have one, and so I could have nicked hers probably because I knew when she was in, and if she turned up and I was at her desk, she could have told me. She knew me well enough to tell me to get out of the way. But even so, it still sort of felt a bit weird to be using a desk I wasn't technically able to book. So yeah, I've never actually tried a standing desk yet, even despite having mild curiosity towards them.
I am now standing.
Hooray! Congratulations!
Hooray! Congratulations.
Make sure you've checked your mark belt.
No, I don't have a belt currently. I'm in my PJs.
Fair, yeah.
Maybe I should start gaming in my PJs. I don't know what chat would think of that though.
As I said, I didn't realise it was that sort of stream.
Not that sort of PJs either, I'm afraid.
In fairness, technically, I'm in my pyjamas and a dressing gown, so yeah, I can't really say much.
Yeah.
You know, we got the same thing where we got standing desks, but they're technically only for those who need them. Except that they are bookable, on the understanding that you will only book them if you need them. And so I got in one day, knew that no one else was going to be in, sitting at that desk. So it's usually my boss who's got a bad back who uses the one literally next to where I usually sit. I was like, you know what? Mine. Booked it, just shuffle the booking over one.
And then he turned up.
And I got complaints from my team that apparently, you plug the headphones in, you're listening to music, you just, you're going through the numbers, you're doing finances or what really exciting stuff. Apparently, I started to dance at my desk. So they're like, Mike, this is really distracting. You're standing there bopping around, clearly having far too much fun doing, project finances.
Yeah, we want standing desks as well, so we can dance. Practice our show choreo.
You just want me to sit down. It's not like fabulous dancing. I'm not, it's proper dad dancing stuff.
my webcam view isn't big enough for the fact that I was doing the Night Fever thing to be particularly obvious.
Laurence,
Yes.
could you please increase the steel making to 3 a second, as well as putting in some cooling for the steel?
Okay. Okay, so it's about slightly more than doubling. I don't know if the iron's going to be able to keep up with this, but we'll give it a shot.
Then we'll have to make more iron.
We are making more iron.
Yeah, well, even more.
More. I don't think we need another lamp in there, though. Move that up, and then move, and put another.
I've removed the majority of Mark's belt, but for decency reasons, I've left a little bit here. Actually, I can double down on this by doing.
You can just
that.
pull all of that up.
Right, so do that. There we go.
Yeah.
It's going to be
Actually,
it's going to
will-
be redistributed to all the science areas anyway, because they need the stuff.
Yeah, that's a fair point. So it's my distaste for just chucking stuff in the logistics system.
Yeah, and in theory, we're trying to be good about having things that will take it back out of the logistics system, like this blue chest up here that's pulling out red circuits, and this one that's pulling out green circuits, and so on and so on. Ideally, in an ideal world, we'd have one of those for everything that isn't being automatically used up from the logistics system. This is not that said ideal world, so that probably isn't going to happen. But in theory, we'd be doing that. In fact,
it's actually very needed, because we're getting a lot of different stuff being fed into our systems from these data collectors, like electric engines, for instance, or low-density structures. And when they overflow, we need to take care of everything.
That's a good point, because we're not using electric engines for anything, so we're going to have to feed those into recyclers probably. Oh, is that good? That'll create normal engines, which we can then pipe into making tanks. That'll help a little bit.
We already are, yes.
Oh, we're already doing that. Okay, never mind then.
Yeah, it's part of my dislike is putting it strongly, but my gentle resistance towards using logistic systems is because it really incentivizes lazy behavior. You end up with multiple warehouses. The last run, I spent an entire stream doing nothing but trying to sort out the multiple warehouses of shame. That was it.
So when you were sorting out the warehouses of shame, how did you do that? How were you doing it, Mike?
Yeah, exactly. Boss can take care of that, right?
I was taking the items out of them.
Right, that's where you're going wrong. What you should be doing is putting in blue chests and requesting those items, because then you do it once for each item, and it is that item is then fixed forevermore. Now, granted, the people who are dumping stuff into the boxes of shame, like myself, I'm 99% certain, should have probably been adding these things in earlier on to make sure it didn't get into that state in the first place. But the correct way to fix it is not to go out and pick the things up and take them to where they're supposed to be. The correct way is to set the bots up to do that automatically for you.
Yeah, it's when it's something sort of small and trivial, or something where you do want to provide it, so you're already providing elsewhere, so you don't want to put a requester down because you'll end up with an infinite loop and things like that.
Well, that's what a green chest is for.
Yeah, I don't remember why we didn't do all of that.
Did you say 3 per second? You said 3 per second, didn't you, Sophia, for the steel?
Correct.
Okay, cool. If we have when there is enough iron, we will be making 3 steel per second.
No one tell Persistent about reverse oil cracking. But anyway, it's sort of the just chuck it in the system, it'll be fine. That I'm very gently against, on the basis of it becomes lazy and you end up not pulling the stuff out and you go, well, whatever, it doesn't matter. Especially in a game which encourages you to just automate millions of the things.
Yeah, sometimes it does feel like it'd be nice if wasted production or things. Yeah, if there was a cost to storing things, or if there was a cost to, I don't know, other sort of wasting things, having stuff just lying around. Yes, it'd be nice if there's a bit of a
Everything
cost to that.
spoils.
Everything spoils, yes.
Yes, spoilage is the. I mean, so that's kind of the real world answer for why you don't just produce flat out, and why just-in-time manufacturing is a thing. Is warehouses cost money.
Yeah, oh yeah, yes. Warehouses cost money, and the initial resources cost money. So the fact that you've got, whereas in Factorio, once you put the drills down, there's no reason not to have the belts all completely full, because it doesn't cost. It's not the There's no storage space taken up there. There's no actual cost to having the resources to generating the resources that then stops you going. So if you dig up too much iron ore, it doesn't stop you going off and digging up a load of copper or somewhere else. So yes, that I think is probably the more major part of the just in time thing. But you're quite right. The warehousing is also fairly
Justin,
expensive.
are you looking for a job?
I'm about to be.
I need more sulfuric acid, please.
Okay. I was working out why things are just slowing down the iron, which was millerite.
Oh, we're not got enough.
Another job, please.
Right. We have fended the north. Now I would like a wall around here somewhere.
Yep. I had normally assumed you were about to ask me for that.
And yeah, the same thing there. Connect in all the stuffs. Don't use the jammers. Just connect up the things and add a forge at
Not using the
reasonable.
jammers.
Yeah, no jammers. Put in a forge at a reasonable place so that stuff doesn't spoil.
Okay.
Kartoffel says maybe a machine should all consume lube to make them harder. To make it harder. Yeah, and that is a possibility. We've had discussions in the past of having. There was some. Oh, yes, it was loaders in space exploration. There was the idea that perhaps they could consume lube in order to make them a bit more expensive or a bit more difficult to use than just using inserters. And yeah, certainly it's a possibility. Piping it in would be fun, but again, that doesn't get round the logistic storage issues. The thing we're thinking is it's not the number of machines so much as the amount of stuff that you just end up sitting on belts. And perhaps there should be spoilage timers on absolutely everything. That's something like an hour. And so you don't want to produce stuff. If you produce stuff and just leave it sitting there, eventually it'll go off. But you've got loads and loads of time to use it up as long as your process is actually running. Or maybe it should be even longer than an hour. It could be a seriously long time, but having everything gradually going off would be a disincentive for just making loads of it and having it sitting on belts. Or maybe it wouldn't. Maybe you'd then just have the sort of the Factorio attitude would kick in. You just make even more of it and just keep it flowing. I'm not sure.
You could have the generic stuff like metals. They reset the spoilage time when you make a new thing. So
yeah,
you don't have the worry of, okay, it's 4 hours, but I made a new thing at 2 hours, and so I've only got 2 hours left on the new thing.
Yeah, that'd be fair. Because you could assume that when you go through and you make your plate into gears, it's sort of the rust is scraped off and it's oiled before it's put back on the belt and stuff like that. I think that would make sense. But it's just a sort of a disincentive to keep masses and masses of stuff in boxes. So yeah, regular. When I advocate. I don't mind logistics bots for certain types of jobs. So, for example, the most obvious one is supplying the player with building materials. I'm all for using logistics bots for that. That is absolutely great. I have absolutely no objections to that. Using them to tidy up things or do one-off type builds and things like that, I've no real objection to that. So if you rip up something and then you end up with a load of stuff in your yellow chest and then you want to bring that back out again, these sort of blue chests I have no problem with. Seems perfectly sensible. What I dislike is using logistics bots for mass provision of resources. So, for example, if you have, let's say, to take it to the extreme, if you had a logistics bot based smelting system where you're bringing in iron ore and you had bots taking it from the train, well, not from the train, but from boxes next to the train to feed into the smelters, and then taking the metal plates from the smelters to another station to be put into another train. That feels not very Factorio to me, and that's where I don't like using logistics bots. Bot-based malls like this one is sort of somewhere in between, and I have sort of mixed feelings about those.
Who needs a job?
I do, actually.
I hope
Laurence.
guys were taking notes on what Laurence doesn't like for the next planet. so that we've got ourselves covered.
Yeah, I mean, we should do the opposite of what he likes, of course.
Yeah. It's a given. Well, I mean, that's part of the reason why we've been doing so many bot malls.
Laurence, over here.
Yes.
We are making the tanks.
Yes.
I would like to double these.
So wouldn't we
And-
all?
Yes. So once that is doubled, I would like you to tell me what our bottleneck is.
Iron. Actually, no, it's not iron. Sorry, it's not iron. It's not iron. It's engine units production, and I think that machine may well be capable of producing them at. Yeah, it's easily capable of producing them at twice the rate it's currently producing them at. It just needs more engine units to be brought in.
Okay. Well, what I want is double the rate that it's doing now, or the calculator is.
I shall put in
telling me.
another. I shall put in another. Oh, I see. You want right. Okay, I shall quadruple the rate of engine unit production, and we will still have not enough iron. But I believe Tristan is working on improving the iron flow, so maybe we'll be okay.
So
I'm-
this one needs 6 engines a second. And how much are we building now?
I'm working on sulfuric acid.
5.3.
They're asking me to work on.
So nearly 6. Oh, actually, that's hang on.
This has
That doesn't fit.
become awkward. That's all I'm going to say.
I thought
That's
there was
a
a
bit
massive
awkward, yeah.
shortage of engines.
I mean, yeah, that one just has to die then. Whatever.
Incredibly slowly, though.
But yeah, Laurence.
I think it's the first time I've seen the rainbow lasers. That's really cool.
Yeah,
Is it?
please
They're
double
all
the tank
one
and
colour.
Mark. Did you also do the job?
Yes, please.
Tristan, did you manage to increase the sulfur?
I've done it with modules, and I'm putting in some catalytic chemical plants to run it faster as well.
I think the sulfuric acid, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a water issue, because I'm prioritizing it to go to the.
They
So
were
you-
all running before. Yeah, they've stopped
Yeah, but
now.
this pump here is trying to pull it out to the reactor to fill up the buffers there, but they are slowly climbing. So that it should be fine, or could be fine in the long run.
Right. I was just worried because we didn't have any ore coming in.
Alright, I think I need
That's
to
why.
reroute some pipes over here.
But okay. Yeah. Who wants to make more engines?
I thought that was part of making more tanks, so I started
Yeah.
working
Okay.
on it.
In that case, please, Lawrence, continue making
Okay.
a bazillion more engines.
I shall try.
So yeah, we want 12 a second of engines.
Okay.
Ooh, burn them.
Right, let's run that down to that, and that is the. Oh no, it's not quite. This will nearly be the light oil rerouted. That can come around here and up here, and then go in there. That means I can then remove this pipe safely.
I have my microphone muted, and that's very awkward. I was asking if you want me to save that. Put it down a jammer. Oh well.
No, that's fine. Please move the RoboPort back a bit so it
Where's
doesn't
this
eat
water?
the stuff over here.
4.
Okay.
Oh, it's going for concrete. Okay. Actually,
There you are.
let's just pull this out,
Sure.
and then. Chat, please remind me to put that water pipe back in later, because otherwise I will almost certainly forget. This pipe also we shall bring down over here.
Chat, how do you feel about being made responsible for Lawrence's memory?
Better than me being responsible for it, to be fair, isn't it? So, you know
Oh,
what
no,
my
I'm not
memory's like.
disagreeing with that, but
Also, the other thing is, I have noticed from just general observation of myself and how my brain doesn't work, or works or may not work, that if I ask somebody to remind me of something, or I say, hey, don't let me forget this, the act of doing that is quite effective for helping me remember the thing. So the fact that I've asked chat to remind me to sort out the water system means there's a reasonable chance I'll actually remember it myself, especially as I'm now talking about it quite a lot. Oh, we're going to need more gunpowder as well. Oh, that's why we're short of engines. It's not iron at the moment, it's gunpowder. Why are we so short of gunpowder? There's a whole mine for... Oh. What? What happened here? Oh, it's all being turned into carbon.
But that's a bit weird because this should be 120 in, and these should only be eating up 90. So why are
So
they
it should
eating
still be
up so
30 out.
much?
That could be a lack of water because that means we're not producing carbon down south. And so
No, but even so, he means there's 120 going in. You should take 90 of it. 120
yeah,
gunpowder going in. They should take 90.
different issue. But
So there
yeah.
should still be 30 coming out the other side. Maybe there is still 30 coming out the other side. It's just 30 isn't enough. Because down here we need. We
No,
need
not
18.
30 would be a full side of a belt.
Yeah, and
It's
it's
not
not
a full
that.
side of a belt.
You're right. It's not. Is there a?
Well,
So-
speed belt.
I am very confused as to why
Hmm.
it's eating so much.
Yeah, especially as I'm going to need about more than 60 of it down here to get enough engine units for your request.
That's fine. You can just pull another line of the gunpowder.
Yeah. Right, so I need that, and then I need to sort it out and make it actually work. So
Because we have plenty of gunpowder here.
2. Did I want to do that? What have we got going on here? So right, this is going to be. This is all the iron stuff coming along here. So that belt is fine, and it wants to stay where it is. This one is then all of the gunpowdery stuff, which we can cut off here.
Yeah.
This doesn't need to go any further.
Oh,
Yeah, I got
no, yeah, you can't upgrade them. I was looking at that
Yeah.
before.
That.
Okay.
That's
And then
why
we
I was
won't have
building
an
a
additional
separate-
input here.
Yeah, gotcha.
This will just be with the one belt coming in like that, and then it'll be. I was going to say it'd be safe to put in another one of these underneath it, but it won't. Unless I swap these over. Yeah, let's swap these over then. So instead, let's run that through there. Hang on. Yeah, run that straight through there and break that one, and then this can be my iron input down here. This can be the iron input. I need to flip all these around, but that's not a problem.
Just for information, we are not using
Throughput might be an issue.
sulfur
We'll see.
enough.
I told you, have we put condenser turbines in yet?
Nope.
We need to put condenser turbines in to compensate for the reduced
That's-
amount of water we're using.
A lot of turrets, chests. I know what things are. Just filled with sulfur.
Yeah. So the part of my thing, the whole thing that I was talking about for using less hydrogen sulfide was we need to start using condensing turbines in the nuclear power plant to reduce the amount of water we're using, because we're not going to have as much of a drain on the sulfur anymore.
Yeah, 'cause we're basically not using sulfur up at the other end. I'll switch the priority on that for now because
Sulfur has a fuel value, just saying.
Thanks, I hate it.
Yeah.
Only a
If
little
it's just
bit.
too much, then just crush it for now, so we at least have can make water.
You want crushed sulfur instead?
No, he wants recycled sulfur.
Yeah, I
They're
mean,
good for
just
the environment.
Basically, kill it until we have a better.
Kill it with fire. I mean, kill it with crushers.
Kill it with fire.
Kill it with crushers. No, kill it with recyclers. Recycle it. It's good for the environment. Right, so this is going to be engine units. This is also going to be engine units. If I bring this up here like
fun way of
that,
using it.
then we can go under there and link them in there, and then we'll have more engine units. Still won't be enough, probably, but, you know, it's a good start. Also, having some power around here might be handy, mightn't it? Let's see what we can do about that. I guess put one of these
You can make rocket
gubbins.
fuel out of it. Oh no, I haven't been to that planet yet.
I keep running into things like that. Where you go, oh, here's a really good way to do. Oh, we can't.
Yeah. That makes me sad.
Yeah. Think how fun it'll be when we get all these extra recipes, though.
Yeah. I think by that point I'll be on Factorio Burnout watching it.
Oh dear.
Anyway, can I have a job, please? Fair.
Um,
Do you want me
right.
to put this? This might be something you told me and I've forgotten. So I've got this defense here. Do you want it up here as well?
No, not
okay,
yet.
that's fine.
I would like the these things over here connected to something that will give us science.
Okay.
Alright, have I broken things with this, moving that robot port? No, I haven't, because there's enough of them around. Excellent.
They've got worker robots. They've got nano explosives. That sounds more scary.
They're only little.
At least, yeah, I was going to say, at least they're only little ones.
They're just tiny. They're nano.
No.
Where can I can't get that out of the way. Alright, fine, we'll move that. No, I'm going to put one of those in there instead.
I was talking to a guy not that long ago whose job is
Was he very, very small?
literally- Well, no, but his job is, in really simple terms, assessing targets for certain operations. Let's just phrase it that way and move on swiftly from that little detail. To see what's the smallest possible thing you can do to have the biggest possible impact. He says the number of times that a cable being cut in exactly the right place can destroy, an entire office block size structure.
Crap.
Is surprisingly high. Now, I suspect that the specific structures he's talking about are not office blocks. But yeah, it's kind of scary how much damage you can do with a very small explosion if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I can believe that.
I mean, that's basically why Russia is cutting all the underwater cables everywhere, because that's really disruptive.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go and do that by hand.
I mean, that's
Where is
disruptive
my
rather than explosive, but yeah.
How did I get over that? Oh yeah, I was laying that pipe. I remember. Right, let's clean that up. Don't forget the water pipe. Thank you. I had indeed forgotten the water pipe.
Water pipe.
Exactly.
How do you target the walls? There we go.
Oh, that's a thought. Yeah, we could. Yes, we could cast the pipes and possibly the pipes, certainly the gears out of molten iron, because that way we would get, as you say, we get a bonus to production.
No, we do have molten iron now, yeah.
Yeah. Do we have enough
Maybe
molten
that's
iron
good.
for that to be sort of actually useful?
Well, it's all being turned into plates, so that are then going down.
Oh,
there
they're then
to
coming
be made
down
into-
here. Yeah. So yeah, probably is worth it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very good shout.
Whose
Thank
idea
you.
was that?
That was Kartoffels. Kartoffel of
Kartoffel.
Doom.
We will make him a shrine over here.
Kartoffel's foundry.
As I think we might need to take Sophia's planet leader privileges away from him.
No.
He's going mad.
Going.
The difficult part of this is going to be bringing the molten iron down. Partly because Tristan's got it going straight from one machine into the other.
Oh, no, just remove the machines.
Oh, remove well, one or two of them, yeah, maybe, or one of them.
Yeah, the whole point of those machines is to make the iron for
Yeah,
the
that's true.
engines. Yeah, link two across, and if we need some more, then we can nick the other two as well.
Yeah, the fun part is going to be getting it running a pipe down here, but I'm sure life finds a way, as they say. Let's put them next to each other rather than at a funny angle. Right, so you guys are going to. Yeah, we can make hot pipes, and we can make hot gears.
Ooh la la.
Yes. Stop talking to Teletubbies.
Not that sort of hot.
Actually, we'll do one of each to start with and see how the numbers look. Alright, so we'll run a pipe across the top of there, and then I guess we'll just come through here and take out another row of all of these things. Okay, so now we get the underground pipes, and we go. Actually, I'm doing this from map mode. It's going to be easier because then I can tell the bots to rip stuff up. So that goes from there to there to Angry Ghost to bump bump bump. There and there and there and Angry Ghost. Where am I trying to get to? Trying to get to up here. Okay. Angry Ghost. There's Angry Ghost there. Then we can keep that thingy accumulator where it was. And then I can, yep, I've just got the range to get through to here. And then turn alt mode back on, just because reasons. Bring that round there. And then I go back down here, filling in all of the corners. There's a corner there, there's a corner there, there, and there, and there. If I left room for another one in here, that's really convenient. I have. Right, then we needed to have a chiller system. So we put one of those there, one of those there, unload into them like this, and then we say take out the hot gears. Sorry, the cold gears, and we take out the cold pipes. That one. In fact, let's move all of these all across one. Like that. And then I can bring those in like that. And then come down here and hopefully... Well, we'll remove these 3 to start with and see what we're like for speed on that. So that'll come down here, and then instead of this belt here, we'll have this belt here. And hopefully, we'll then be able to put a splitter in and we'll be able to do the same thing again and again and again as we go down here. And everything will just work, TM. But we'll have to see what the numbers are like first, both on the incoming iron ore, which we don't, molten iron, which we don't seem to have remotely enough of, and also on the sort of the output. So that said, we've got a few. Yeah, I'd say we don't have enough molten coming through. So let's get some more molten. So I'll remove that, and therefore also that and that. And that means I can then run this up to here.
So I've connected all those ones in, Sophia. Obviously, I'm going to need to start putting in some sort of actual science production further up here. Are you okay with that?
Yes, please do that. You can copy one of the other places.
Yeah, sure.
Like this one, for instance, and yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, a good place is probably just put it in here somewhere.
Right. There we go.
Zephyr.
Yeah.
Yes, Mark.
On Norvis, we are quite short of the new battle thing science packs, which seems to be a logistic issue.
Okay. We shall increase output.
So it's going around here, and most of it's getting through there, but not all. Is that
We're about to run out of battlefield, so we won't be able to do the next research.
Is a full half belt.
We still have the bit, so it might be fine for the current one.
It could be it could be a production issue as well, but I think the transport capacity on the ship is too slow as well.
Okay, we now seem to have enough molten iron. Lovely. At least what we're doing at the moment. And
well, I mean, if we just increase the
out.
amount it can carry, it should...
Yeah. Could solve it, or...
Yeah.
Make it a bit better.
I intend to make a new ship, but I just haven't yet.
It's extremely bursty. We are, so we're making these, but the problem is we produce a load of the hot stuff, then we wait for them when they cool off like that. Then we get a burst of the cold pipes in this case being dumped out onto the belts, and then that stack goes, and then we're back to waiting for more hot ones to be made. I think the answer to this is probably going to be doubling this by having two of each of these, but I'm a bit skeptical as to whether we're going to have enough input on the other side to actually keep up with that. If we move you across and up and then rotate, and then I can put that belt coming in like this. There we go. Are you affecting... Oh, they're slightly too high up to be affected by the beacon. Alright, let's try something funny here. We'll let those cool, because there's 104 in there. I can move these down a little bit, and then they'll be affected by this beacon. They need to be moved down 1 square. That's really unfortunate placing. And there's room for that as well. So if we... cut those off so that they'll stop running for a moment, so I can move stuff around without getting confused. Actually, I can just start moving stuff around, really, can't I? if I remove this piece of belt... No, in fact, I don't even need to do that. Oh, well, too late. We'll empty these out just because that way we've got less... Actually, it doesn't matter. Just turn these off. Right, there we go. Now I can remove all of this and then put the belts in down here instead, like that. There we go. Down, 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 down. Unrotate, unrotate. And then put this pipe in here instead. Remove that. Right, okay, so now these are going to run mumble times faster. So they're running 100. They're running at a speed of a plus 150%. So that's going to be significantly better. We can remove that. We can rotate that back round like that, and that one like that. There we go. Remove these random bits of pipe I've dropped on the floor through sort of sheer muppetry. Get rid of all of that. Right, so now we're going to have like twice as much coming through. As long as the supply of molten iron here keeps up, which it quite clearly isn't, but as long as we can get, if we can manage to get enough molten iron coming through, then we will be okay with what we're doing here. And yes, this is going to be significantly better. We also now don't need any of this iron coming in here, so we can remove, we can make that mix through there and remove all of this and all of this. None of that's needed. And ideally, well, as I say, we'll be using the same thing further down here, but at the moment, the iron production rate can keep up with this, I think. No, it can't. Well, it's all gone now, but we do have it. But we currently have enough pipes and enough gears, so that was enough for that. We just need 4 times as much, 4 times as much molten iron being produced along here, which means we need to feed in a lot more millerite, which also means we're going to need to be disposing of a lot more of it over here, which is kind of sucky, but we need all of that. We need all of that iron for making the engine units. It does mean we now seem to have a bit of a shortage over here for making the gears. So now, now the problem over here for making the tanks is the number of gears coming through rather than the number of engine units coming through, which is comical, but also frustrating.
Quick question, Tristan. You were trying to import steel from Icarus to here,
that's
right?
a good idea.
Yes.
I
mean, that I figure that's only going to happen when we go to new planets and want to drop in some steel. So I don't expect us to be importing any currently.
Okay. Mike with barrels, I think.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Is barrel liquid fertilizer available?
Can't make tanks in this. You lied to me.
No,
there's no unbarreling thing here.
I brought up. So I removed. Where's your ship? So if you remove this row here in the middle,
Gotcha. And then you use that to
to pipe something in. I don't remember what it was, but I did pipe something in.
Yeah, we can't make tanks in a forge, and I should have checked that before I started ripping stuff up. That's a fail. Right, I should put that water pipe back because we're probably going to need that at some point. Can we get it through here? Can we? Right, okay. Of course we can't because that would be far too easy. I mean, I say can we, and I'm sure I could find a way if I tried hard enough. Yeah, let's move you across, and then we can bring this through here like this. And this, and there we go. There's a water pipe put back through. Right.
Sophia, we're currently out of battlefield science, so we can't do that research.
Yeah, can't put productivity modules in tank production because they're a final thing. You can't make tanks in a forge, it turns out. Let's check that again just to make sure, because I'm pretty sure. Tanks can be made in a list of things, none of which is the forge. Actually, let's check the other recipe for tanks. Where is the other recipe for tanks? Is it in here? Here it is. Yeah, can't make them in a forge. Can only make them in assembly machines of all the various different types. So yeah, no can do there, I'm afraid. It was a nice idea though.
Mark, I'm gonna cheat. Like this.
Recyclers should produce power because they crush stuff until the atoms are crushed, and that's basically nuclear fission. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you, Kartoffel. I have now finally remembered the water pipe, and I think it's probably thanks to you. I mean, tanks Still can't make tanks in a forge. Pipe dream. Modules for modules in the foundries. That's a good point. Yeah, let's do that. It'll slow them down, but it'll be worth it because the extra stuff we'll get out of them. So yeah, we'll do that. And can't do it in the pipe one. Can do it in the gear one though. So that's still going to be a saving. That probably means I'm going to need another one of these though, because if we're making the gears more slowly, then if I'm modulating them, if I'm moduling them, then they're going to be a lot slower. So
We do have 40% pipe productivity.
okay, that's nice. Weird, but nice. Add more chests, more stacks cooling. More stacks cooling in parallel won't help because it was the rate they're being produced at, which is down to the rate that the molten iron was being produced at. That was the limiting factor. We've now actually got quite a lot of gears and quite a lot of pipes, so I think it's probably time to start shipping them down into the next system. So down here, let's get rid of all of that, and then I can put in a splatter here, and then an underground here to here. And then another splatter here, because eventually I'm going to want to do this for more things. Conveniently, everything's on the same side of the belt, so I'll put that in there. And now we can let that run through there.
Do we have heavy oil?
Next one will be here, but we'll let that run for the moment.
You can make it using a cursed recipe.
Who needs task?
Who needs cursing?
I can do something.
I would like you to create some heavy oil using the new recipe we unlocked.
I think I would like these beacons to still be there for this
I
thing.
want lubricant.
You want lube.
It's okay, mate. You can say things like that when it's that funny. I will certainly allow it. You found out one of the chests you was keeping the uranium 235 from trying to do the Covrex weight in was all being schnaffled away to do science with because it was accidentally a red chest.
Could you point me to the right recipe, please?
I will tell you what it is called.
Thank you.
It is called reverse oil cracking.
Ah.
It sounds like you want to play with a randomizer, Quagor. Something that genuinely will produce all the cursed recipes you could possibly want, because they're all completely random and just are therefore basically meaningless.
Laurence, have you taken a peek at this?
What is this? Oh, you don't think? Yep, seems reasonable. It's just we're making notes along here of whenever adding in a line whenever he remembers something that I've and reminds me of something I've forgotten, or comes up with a great idea.
That line is for the new military belts, but we don't have them yet because we need lube. But yeah.
I see. Oh, that's what you want the lube for. Gotcha. I was
where do you want
I
the
was
lube?
wondering.
Can I make it on the belt, or...?
Where am I?
Put it on the belt in barrels?
That's going to be a very slippery belt.
What do you mean, Mark?
Yeah, where do you want the output of the loop?
It doesn't really matter, because wherever you have loop, that's where we'll put the machine. So.
Okay.
I'm also ready for a new task. So,
Right. So we have connected up the south, the east, the north. The west is
rocket launchers are really loud.
Northwest is next. I'm not sure how far out we want to go, but probably not that far. So I'm thinking something along the lines of this for a new border.
I do like the idea of a voodoo planet.
Do you agree with that, Tristan?
sure.
Do we
Or,
have
would you
arcanics?
recommend something else?
I don't know. We suddenly have enough
all-
gunpowder coming in. Excellent.
The more ideal route is straight through the gunpowder patch, which isn't great. So yeah, that's probably the most reasonable.
Yeah, so maybe something like this diagonal over there.
Yeah. Okay.
And once that is done, then we want to connect up the all the stuff inside of the walls. Laurence, how are we coming on the half a tank a second?
Fairly well. I got slightly distracted because somebody told me they could be made in foundries, which turned out to be a blatant lie. But other than that, yeah, pretty well. There's just a massive shortage of iron. However, I think I might have. I'm sort of working on fixing that by making the iron not be used in quite so many. Basically, not taking the solid iron away, which hopefully means there'll be enough of it up here that things will be a little bit more sensible. What is going on here? Okay. Yay, spaghetti. Right. Okay, so we have enough engines now. Now the iron belt is backing up. So I'm cautiously optimistic. In fact, you know what? I'm going to, for now, for testing purposes, I'm going to set that to prioritize this way and see if that is now enough iron to keep this thing happy. I'm not sure it's going to be because I don't think all of this is running flat out. But we are, nor is that. So, but now over here we've got a bit more iron coming in. Do I have any iron I can chuck into these things? I do. I've got a little bit. Let's give that some. See if that helps. In fact, you know what? What's the rate like over here? We have got an insufficiency of iron gears. Okay, so we need one more iron gear machine. Okay, and we also need the iron for the iron gear machine to actually gear, but we can gear it up for now and hope that we can see if we get some more resources through at some point in the future. So tank production is significantly better. And the engine production problem is now sorted, but there's still a bit of an iron problem because actually the iron problem seems to be because we can't recycle the Ujawatsit fast enough. So let's put in some more recyclers like that. These are basically going to run all the time, and these can schnaffle if they need to. That's fine. What sort of numbers are we seeing here? Okay, fine. No, that's fair. It would make sense that the building that makes all of the military stuff also makes tanks, but apparently not. Apparently it's just all of it's only pocket stuff and man portable stuff. So maybe they're not very big inside. I don't know. So other people playing the mod. Actually, I could probably have a look myself. The question is, do we have Arcanics? We do not. It's not in the research tree anyway for planetary finding. So I'm guessing that it probably isn't there. So that would be something that'd be quite nice to add in at some potentially, because it sounds like being cursed by angry spirits does sound quite entertaining. Do forges work on space platforms? I kind of hope so. I don't know, but we'll have to wait and see. Oh, that's a good point. I could prod mod the gears. Yes, let's do that. Why do I have prod mods in my inventory? Why do I not have enough prod mods? Prod mod that up, right, like that. Now, how fast are you going to be? You're making... Well, actually, you know what? Now we've got all the modules there. Let's just check across there. We now are making about 2/3 the rate, so we'll put in another 2 machines. That seems like a number. If we nudge you up a little bit, is everything going to cry? Oh, you don't need to be moved, actually. Let's put in another 2 of these. I think... Bonk. And let's move you up again. And probably put in another one of these down here somewhere, because I think we're going to run out of range on that. Yeah, prod modding those is a good shout. I'm slightly embarrassed I didn't think of it myself. But that'll help quite a bit with the lack of iron platage. How we for speed now. That is sufficient. Excellent. So we can leave those running. Maybe a bit more power down here for the Roboport, because Roboports seem to like having power for some reason. Okay, so we're now producing half a tank per second. At least we would be if when there is enough iron, we'll be producing half a tank per second. Part of that is because we're losing all of this into the steel production over here. But eventually, I'm sure this will eventually calm down once we have a quantity of foundry of forges in here. We're at 23 at the moment, which isn't very many. How is our tank production? Let's have a look.
Sophia,
Okay. We've
Are you
got-
interested in the wall being having turrets and being defended, or just as an early warning system?
Yes, defended as the other walls are
Okay.
in some fashion.
Things have been improving on the tank production front. We're now up to about 22 per minute. So, not quite one every half second, but not too far off. And I'm sort of hoping that as we get to a position of everything filling up, maybe things will start to go a little bit faster. I could put some limit. Oh, actually, that said, we are ripping through the. Okay, this is silly. Let's do that. Make that a little bit less silly. And the same over here. We don't need quite that many gears, so this can now shut down. Like. Sooner or later, that'll get to whatever its capacity is. Presumably it's going to be 100. Like that. There we go. Now that machine has stopped. It's going to fill up its input buffer as well, which is a bit of a shame. But that at least is now taken out of the what's the name? Ooh, what's happening? Oh, it's Mike. Mike is happening. Oh no, Mike was looking at what was happening.
No, that's not
Take
me.
it
That's
back.
me. I'm looking rather than.
Yeah, I saw your name
Oh, yeah.
and blamed you.
That's quite a few bots lost.
Yes, at least 15.
Okay, I'll go deal with them.
Very careless, Tristan.
I just put Roboport down.
Exactly. That's what was careless. Right, so hopefully that now this machine is stopped, that'll mean a little bit more of the molten iron for filling this machine up actually, because we do still need a large quantity of gears, but we are making them faster than we're using them, and hopefully then also a large quantity of molten metal available for making more of the iron pipes, because those we are not making as fast as we're using them. Well,
Those
actually, no,
turrets
we
aren't
are actually.
fast.
They're just basic gun turrets. They're not very tough. I suppose it's weird being on this side of the of a turret fight, isn't it? Because normally your turrets are on your side, and you're aware they're not very tough, but you defend them so that it doesn't matter. Whereas here, they're not very well defended because we're a little bit smarter than the average biter. Only a little bit, but we are still smarter.
You speak for yourself.
I mean, we have Mike on our side, so...
True. Okay, maybe on average we're not
Thanks,
smarter than the
Mark.
average biter.
Appreciate.
Oh, we've got
Yeah,
two.
It's
One,
all,
one tank.
it's
oh,
all
no
coming
tanks.
from a place of love.
What? How? Oh, Mark.
Yes, sir. Oh, sorry.
It's alright. I can fix it. I just wanted
Mark,
to. What's
are
going on
we
here?
exporting anything
There we
other
go.
than the foundries? Or what are they called?
Forges.
Forges? Not that I'm aware of. I don't know what your planet added.
And of course, science packs. But other than that, I'm not aware of anything.
No.
What are these? Oh, they're going in there.
Alright.
Alrighty then. Right now, we
Loop
can make
is
tanks
available
again.
here.
Lube is
Hooray!
available.
Joy.
Please make some
All is
add
saved.
some mall buildings to make the 3 different new belts.
Ah, so that's the thing that's going
And
to be produced on this planet. A new thing that's going to be produced on this planet.
litters and what are they called? Undergrounds.
Are we going to use them?
No.
Yes, because the where is it? Ah, here we go. Yes, we're going to use the underground. We're not going to use any of the rest of it. We're going to use the undergrounds because they're longer. They go up to 13, whereas a green underground only goes up to 11. So we're probably not going. We're not going to use the belts themselves because they're just. I mean, okay, on this planet maybe we will, but basically, other than that, they're just a weird version of blue belts that have to be made on this planet because they're 45 per second, as are blue belts, and green belts are faster. However, yes, they go significantly further underground, so they're worth it for that. So I suspect there's no point in building, certainly not building the belts or the splitters in large quantities, and certainly not shipping them off planet. But the underground belts I can see being useful in weird edge cases, a bit like the diagonal inserters are.
I've just realised something.
Kartoffel also points out that we could do one extra level of belt weaving if we wanted to, but I object to belt weaving even more than I object to logistics bots. So hopefully not.
Okay,
What was on your mind, Mike?
I've realised something. It's not to do with the planet. I've spotted filthy hacks.
Oh. I do enjoy a filthy hack.
So I've highlighted the exact tile that contains the problem. And I'm now curious to see who's going to tell me what it is. I intentionally rotated that inserter just temporarily.
So I see that you're just dumping everything that comes out of all of the ice that comes out, presumably of any quality level. Any quality level into the down binner. So is the hack so that you're just putting what point level 1 and level 2, 3, 4, etc. into the down binner?
Well,
Yep.
Or is
You've got storage where you should.
Is the
you're
hack
not
you've got
taking
storage?
That's
it out.
the exact hack Tristan
Right.
wins.
Oh. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I've mentioned that before.
we
fair.
pretty much knew that. However, it's probably better if you're not using the space crushers and using the regular crushers because they don't add the productivity.
Or
No,
use the
I-
big
I-
crushers because they have a productivity rather than a quality.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
copied and pasted from Mark's ship. And I was
Yeah.
like, hang on, just on the way I was like, hang on a minute.
Well, you miss these things when you don't turn up to half the streams.
Well, I have small children.
And whose fault is that?
Mine.
There we go.
27
Right, I
seconds
think-
of happiness, 18 years of misery.
Aww.
They're very cute.
You sure they're yours?
Yep. Unless you want to tell me something.
Is the milkman a regular occurrence in your household?
We don't have a milkman.
Not anymore, at least.
Yeah, he's finished now.
And I'm not legally allowed to comment on that until such time as the investigation completes.
Oh, yeah. Although we all know what happened the first time I met your wife.
This is true.
Do we dare ask?
It technically has been said on stream before.
It has been said on stream before.
Several
Yes.
So yes, when Laurence met my wife for the first time, when I met Laurence the first time rather, it was in the back room of the theatre, and she was tearing his clothes off.
Yep, this is true.
Oh yeah. We heard that one before.
Yeah.
Mhm.
She did. To be fair, she did also help me back into them. She wasn't just
Well, yeah.
taking them off. So it was a full service, shall we say, full service. Mm.
Anyway, right there we are. I have now found this ship.
Quagor is laughing at us for gently squeezing another base in between a lake and a solar field. He's not wrong. This does seem to keep happening. To be fair, it's not so much the base. There's two bases, one on either side, and then we just realise that we need to. Every so often we realise there's another thing that we need to squeeze up the gap and then through the middle. So yes, it is an absolute nonsense. You're quite right. We are. And what we should do is just rip out most of this and put it somewhere else. Maybe we will. But we've got to this point now, and we're just sort of nibbling away on the edge of it whenever we need to run something else through, and it's kind of working. Why is this pipe empty? That worries me a little bit. Oh,
We're essentially
crude oil
playing the
pipe.
mode where
Okay.
you're not allowed to pick a building up once you've placed it.
We're not quite. I have nibbled away at the edge of this solar field quite a few times, and run a belt straight through the middle of it as well. Can we put landfill over the lake? I don't know.
Nope.
Okay.
Well,
No.
forced placing doesn't work, and I didn't try any further than that.
Cannot build on light oil ocean. You're right, even with an angry ghost.
There we go. I have primed the Lime 2 electric boogaloo. The orange. It now works. I have removed all the logistics requests from it, so it's basically just a blank ship.
Iron can be extended. I don't. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, the limiting factor on iron production now is how quickly we can throw away the nickel that's coming out, I think. Although you're right, this one does seem to be running. This is actually genuinely running flat out? It does seem to be. Yeah, this column is running flat out. Ideally, do we? Let's look at the numbers here. Let's just assume that we've got a sort of we don't care about sulfur, and it is a solved problem. Because hang on, where we adding in the extra sulfur that's coming out? Oh, it's going in here as a priority. No, it's not even a priority, but it's just all getting used up. Maybe that means we should do more of this one. The problem is over here, we don't have enough of the millerite coming through to keep all of these happy. But we do have... but if I take it away from here, then this won't be happy. And I suspect this is producing more iron. Let's have a look at these numbers. So here we're getting out, for every 40 millerite that goes in, we get 80 molten iron. Here, for every millerite that goes in, we get 2 iron plates. So this is producing a lot more iron per millerite. But down here we do have the productivity bonuses down here from all of this shenaniganery. How are my chests doing for filling up? That one's full. These ones are still struggling, but they're keeping up, but they're struggling. I don't know, it's a difficult balancing act. I could put more in on the top of here, but then we'd end up using more of the millerite going up here and there'd be less available over here. Although that said, this isn't going flat out. Maybe I should put a splitter in here and then have a top up somewhere up here. But then that would only make more iron going downwards, which isn't where we need it. We need more iron coming over this way. So, yeah, maybe at this point the answer is to put in another block of this sort of stuff at the top, just producing even more iron. And I can get rid of this belt because it's not being used anymore, because we've taken all of the molten iron away to make it into gears and pipes for the motor making. So we can remove all of that, and therefore that. And so I guess putting in another block of this is going to be, I don't know, it's going to be a thing. I don't know whether it's going to be a good thing, but it's going to, we'll give it a shot, see how things keep up. And then we'll put some more of this in as well, because we're going to need the power. At the very least, it's going to help a bit. It's probably not going to be enough, but it'll help. Is power an issue? No, power seems to be alright at the moment.
Yeah, I'm rebuilding the reactor to condenser.
Okay, cool. Burn the oil lake. Yes, you just throw a match into it. So yeah, I think we can burn stuff on this planet. So there's clearly some oxygen in the atmosphere. So just throwing a match into the oil lake might. Oh no, it's light oil. That probably doesn't burn just from having a match thrown into it. It needs to be it needs to be heated up or something. I imagine it's going to be more like diesel than it is like petrol, should we say?
Well, the flamethrower turrets work because they don't need power, do they?
True.
They do not need power.
Let's not look into that too carefully.
Correct, they don't. Yeah. As I say a lot, it's a game where you can carry multiple.
Yeah, but it depends where you draw your acceptable breaks from reality. And so it's a bit like when you the most egregious case of that sort of thing is where people look at is where if somebody makes a criticism of some dodgy logic in a fantasy book and people come along and say, but there's dragons, your argument is invalid. Then you say, no, I still expect even if there are dragons in my book, I still expect it to be internally logically consistent. Just so and also if there are departures from reality, I expect them to be clearly marked. So we've said we've got dragons, okay, but just because there's dragons doesn't mean people can fly as well. You need to have all of your breaks from reality sort of specifically explained, otherwise before you're allowed to randomly do them.
I get it. It's the hard magic system, as I believe Sanderson calls it.
It's to an extent, yes, but even with a soft magic system, just because Gandalf can do whatever it is Gandalf does, doesn't mean you can then just randomly pull something out of the ether and have it be remotely satisfying. Or Harry Potter is another soft magic system. Like you still need to follow some of the narrative rules.
I get you. I mean, in this case, the rules for when things do and don't work are incredibly lax. Putting aside the whole, fair enough. You could argue that's about carrying limits in some sort of space-time folding or whatever tesseracts. Who knows?
I think in the case of Factorio and carrying things around, it's entirely there isn't a logical explanation behind it. It is a gameplay reason.
Exactly.
You see,
so then for how things work, fair enough. I mean, each mod adds some weird alternative variants to the physics or chemistry if you
Yeah.
look closely.
Yeah, and as when I was chatting with the guy behind Igris, he did admit that one of the nice things about having described his mod as a planet of magic is that he can get away with almost anything and just say, "What? It's magic."
Yeah.
Oh, good. Now we're short of red circuits.
Yeah, it's fair. It's a thing you can do.
Yeah, so there's a certain element, yes, in that one that if you don't like the way something works, if you're asked how a certain thing works, that one he can just say, well, it's magic. It's a bit hand wavy, I'm sure, but there's an element of it kind of works.
To an extent, that's absolutely fine. I mean,
How fast are we
you're
making?
playing a game for fun, or you're playing Factorio for fun, not for realism.
Versus 5. Ah. Maybe maybe I've gone a bit too far with the... Right, okay, Sophia. This is your planet. I shall make you make the decision. So,
Tristan, side channel?
over here,
Okay.
we are making circuits, green, red, and blue. We are not making them fast enough. We're making about 4.2. Some of the red... my question was going to be, do you want me to just put in more machines for making more, or would you like me to tweak the module so we're not doing it as efficiently, productively as possible? I suspect more machines is probably the better way.
Yes, I would tend to agree.
Okay, cool. I shall do that.
Make sure that we have enough input of the copper, though.
Yeah, I think, looking at this, I think copper probably won't be a problem. Copper cable might be. I might need to put in more machines making that.
That's what I meant. Don't ignore the copper cable, is what I was wanted to say.
Okay. Right, and I'm not going to put in blue circuit production because we have enough. That's being done elsewhere, so we don't need more of that. So I'll copy that module, and I would put it here, but somebody put a millerite belt going through the middle of that. So let's move that, and we'll run
Can I
that
have another job, please?
through here.
Job, you'll say.
Mm-hmm.
To here. Thus.
Are we producing the jammer radars anywhere, or did you just handcraft
I
them?
handcrafted a couple.
Could you add some production of that, please?
Certainly, any preference on style?
I mean,
As in
I'm
bot
thinking.
mold versus.
I'm thinking mall, but yeah, it's because of simplicity. I don't think we're gonna need, it's not for science, so it's not a continuous use.
Yeah. Any particular preference on location then?
We have some over here, so add to those maybe. But what's important is you need to make sure that all the resources are available in the logistics network.
Yep, that is, believe it or not, easy enough to do. With one exception.
Right, tidy all that up. And then, try it again. So what's going on here? I could just move that up a little bit. No, let's put that in there and then sort the belts out. Ooh, I'm slightly... Okay, I can put that there. And then that would instead be there. That goes there and there. Wait, that needs upgrading. But better upgrading than risking getting... Oh, maybe it doesn't need upgrading. Forget that then. Oh no, it's a blue belt. Awesome. Right, so that's now going to... Oh, need power. So put one of those in up here. I thought it was going to be a sneeze, but apparently not. I've forgotten how to sneeze. Okay, so there we go. That should now produce a large quantity of... well, that should produce 33% more red circuits, which is a start. We also don't need quite a lot of these. So we don't need that one, don't need that one, don't need that. Actually, we don't need this green... So we don't need this at all. We do need that. Don't need this. Or this, 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 or this. Take it up. Right, there we go. And this, and this, and then don't need that, don't need that. Right, okay, there we go. That is now a tidied up version that is just going to produce the red circuits, except we have a shortage of something, probably plastic. Wait a minute. Wait, what? Oh. Maybe I didn't need to do that. Maybe we just don't have any plastic. Okay. Still, no harm in going for a little bit more of it. Can copper cable take productivity modules? Probably, but copper is not in short supply on this planet. At least not at the rates we seem to be using it at.
Okay, there we go. That's producing quite happily.
I would like you to figure out which follower robot is best to produce on this planet in order to later put them into the military roboports.
That would be Jeff.
Jeff?
Well, which one? I mean, Jeff.
Jeff is excellent. Jeff's.
Do you mean
So there's a research called the
Jeff.
Combat Roboport. If you look at the research, it's queued as the second one coming up.
Yep.
You can make combat roboports, and then you can make defender capsules, distractor capsules, and destroyer capsules.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yep.
We'll probably only want to make one of those in order to put into the combat roboports, but basically, yeah, figure out which one
Gotcha,
you
which
think
combat
is.
robot you want is best. Yep.
Yeah. You can probably make some from other stuff as well and just test them out and see what you like. But yeah, it does basically set up production for it. Even though we don't have the research quite yet.
Yep, will do.
Alright, we need to use more sulfuric acid up a bit faster because we've not got enough plastic coming through.
Okay. Oh, we need to use up sulfuric acid.
Well, producing sulfuric acid is also how we're producing carbon, and we need carbon. Yes, there, and we need carbon in order to make plastic. I've just shoved the productivity modules in to hopefully help. And so, yeah, because we're not using the sulfuric acid up fast enough. We're also not making any carbon, any plastic. Now, I wonder if there's a better recipe to making plastic. Let's have a look.
We could probably use the petroleum here to make plastic.
We need coal for that, though, to do it directly, the traditional way. Magic glass, light oil, coal. Yeah, coal and petroleum gas is the traditional way to do it.
Do we have coal somewhere? Because I am sure I had a bunch of coal in my inventory at some point.
Maybe it's from punching rocks, because that doesn't really count as a proper supply of it. So here's the one we've got. Oh, wait a second. Oh, yeah. This is what we're doing at the moment. We're doing the carbon, hydrogen sulfide, and petroleum gas, and that makes plastic bar. But that requires carbon, so that's struggling. That one requires carbon in this Paracelsin, Shattered Planet, Corundum, Solid Fuel.
I mean,
this. Oh no. I was going to say the corundum recipe looks quite tempting, except that takes solid fuel, sulfuric acid, sulfur dioxide, and light oil, all of which are abundant here, except for sulfur dioxide. But I think sulfur dioxide is just made by burning sulfur, and we have loads of sulfur.
If we just need carbon, we can make a bunch of carbon from all the gunpowder.
Oh, can we? Oh, right, okay.
We have like infinite gunpowder.
Oh, all right, that's not too bad then. Do you want to do that, or do you want us to do sort of a little bit of weird planet combinatory thing and use and I'm not going to say cheat and do funny things by using the corundum recipe on wherever we are now, Castra?
What exactly was that recipe?
That is solid fuel, which is just made from light oil, sulfuric acid, which we have in abundance, sulfur dioxide, which I think we can make just by burning sulfur, and light oil, which we have in abundance.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind using that recipe. That's fine.
Okay,
but
cool.
The question is, do you need it? Because we can just use and do more of this.
We could just use the carbon that's coming from there. Yeah, that is true. Need is a funny word.
I don't mind using recipes from other places because I mean that's the whole point of that's the reward of going to the places.
Yeah, that's sort of my thinking. It feels like it'd be interesting and different and slightly fun. So okay, I'll set up a little area to make that way.
We're backed up on
Please,
sulfuric
please-
acid. That's why there's no carbon coming from
Yeah.
the.
But if we
Yeah,
if we fix this coming and going, and then we'll have lots of carbon, then we'll have lots of plastic available suddenly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Please
I missed
go ahead and implement that recipe, Laurence. that's
Okay,
fine.
thank you. We'll do.
I didn't hear the start of it. Mark and I were off in a different channel and came back and found you talking about cheating.
Yeah. Well, you snooze, you lose, man. Jeez.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, you got to be in this channel. This is the cool channel.
This is where all the cheating happens.
Yeah.
All right.
Also,
so, give me the
is it?
quantity of these things.
This was flipped. I just enabled it. Is that okay? Like who? Or it was stopped before.
Did you look at whose name was on it?
Was Mark's.
Sorry. I
Oh
wasn't
no,
paying-
you flipped it back and it didn't change the name. Or you.
What?
Sorry,
Where?
recipe?
What? What's happening?
You're getting blamed for things.
Sure.
I'm afraid.
Maybe Laurence.
No, I'm at the. So whatever. I wiggled the water pipe through here. So.
Yeah, okay.
Sulfur dioxide. Right, so sulfur dioxide comes from...
Mark. Can we get more lube?
I don't
Yeah.
know. Can we?
It's just sulfur. Boom.
Because it's very slow.
Yeah, I noticed that, but
And it's done in a chemical plant.
it's just for your decorative belts. I thought it's. I mean,
I don't know. Laurence was requesting the undergrounds for something in the future.
I don't think we'll need them in absolutely enormous numbers, but I think it'd be quite nice to have them in some numbers.
It'll be a rocket an hour or 2 hours or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's not good. They're not going to be needed. We're not going to be saying, "Hey, could I have 300 of these belts, please?"
I have prepared rockets for them at least, so they're that's
I
ready.
don't like this.
It's 100 per rocket. Oh no, sorry, that's wooden ones. Wrong.
Yeah, they look a lot like wooden ones, don't they?
Only 25 per rocket. Which is a really helpful odd number. Just to mess with you.
Oh, only 25 per rocket?
Yeah. As you get fancier stuff, less fits in a rocket.
Yeah.
I'm just going to set up a sort of a approximation here and see how fast it runs, and whether it all and how the ratios are set. This is really a really dumb way to set something up. But as I say, it's just get me the approximate numbers. So that's going to be so I've got
yes.
solid fuel, yes. Sulfuric acid's
I'll
coming
have a
from
look, yeah.
elsewhere. That's coming from here. Light oil, fine. Right. What do you think about speeds? Okay, so I can run two machines off that one, and almost two off that one, and almost two off this one. So that seems pretty good. If I just put in another machine making the plastic, we've got about the right sort of ratios here, and then we can chuck out a quantity of plastic. Now that's not going to be very much. It's only going to be 3 a second. Actually, 3 a second isn't bad. Okay, let's go with that, and let's catch up with chat a little bit as well.
Just need to set train limits to 1 on all of the depot stations, I think.
Does Jammer? I don't know if the jammers have radars have a use case outside the planet. I imagine they probably won't. I can't think of a way they'd be
It
useful,
is.
but they might be. So you never know, but probably not.
It is the LTN way.
Ah, that's just an LTN limit. That's not a actual station limit.
Over here, did you ever put the inserters on here, or did they?
No, those are. Those are
You
jam.
forgot to put the inserters in.
Yeah.
And also, do we have
Fix it.
a place making the science somewhere here? Because otherwise,
That's
we're
just-
just
No,
gonna.
those
that
ones were
close.
making it down to there just in time.
Those are for blue circuits, basically.
Oh, okay. Are you sure they're making it there?
We watched some come down. Yes.
Oh, okay. And the same thing for these. Do these also make it over there?
I think so.
I believe so.
If you want to stick a forge just on the other side of the blue circuit production, it is going to fill up quite soon, we've got to the point where the box is 1800, and I told it to fill up to 2000. So if you want to stick a forge on there to grab them just after they go past the EM plants, I'd be fine with that. Also, if you want to move the EM plants up a bit further, then also again that's fine. But I put them there because that's just below this set of data collectors.
How are you moving? So you're putting the blue circuits. Oh, and then you're filtering them off. Oh, I see. That's clever. Yeah.
I thought so. It was a disposal belt that was just heading down there, so it seemed like a sensible way to take it away.
I think I would prefer it a bit further up at least.
Okay, I'm not. Yeah, I felt it didn't make a huge amount of difference, but yeah, it could go in there.
I'm worried about these ones up here to the right. I don't think these are gonna make it all the way down.
Okay.
Justin, if you want to have a look here.
Okay.
Oh, and I need to bring in sulfur.
But is it okay if I just move them?
Yeah,
Just,
yeah, that's fine by me.
Basically,
Okay,
copy paste.
the results
Yeah, shouldn't be anything
on
complicated.
which are
That's probably what I was expecting, Mark. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
so the results for which capsules are best, Sophia.
Yes.
You've got Defender, then Distractor, then Destroyer. The Defender, the basic one, will do, as it stands, 27 damage a second to the target. That's when you factor in resistances and all the researchers we currently have. That's physical damage. The Distractor, the next tier up, will do 1.92 damage per second. It's laser. And then the top one, the Destroyer, will do 165 damage a second.
That sounds
Are you
good.
taking into account how many get spawned by a capsule?
The capsule is all spawn one, isn't it?
No. Defender spawns 1, Distractor spawns 3, and Destroyer spawns 5.
No, so I mean that's per thing produced. That changes it ever so slightly.
Actually, I
but
want these to be a
slightly.
low priority, don't I?
Because you can use the traditional recipes, i.e. ignore the battlefield data requirements, and you need red and blue circuits to get to the top end,
Why does it not work?
which is,
Sulfur.
depending on how prevalent they are here, I don't know what the supply's like,
Lag.
possibly quite expensive. If you use battlefield data, then each tier requires, well, so going from Defender to Distractor requires 16 of the previous set, or yeah.
Should we
And
actually
one
look at what Mike's
battlefield
talking
data
about?
packet to produce 4. So they are quite expensive. And it's
I mean,
that,
I don't think we're gonna need that many, but if we have them, I think the top tier one is nice to have, right?
it is honestly, I think there's a question about follower count, because I think you'd find it a heck of a lot cheaper and more effective to just use a Defender swarm.
I'm not sure if the follower count is relevant for the
That's
role
yeah, exactly. So I don't know how that will work in real terms. Whether
Yeah, so
that
your
would
battlefield
be
data packets are replacing the red circuits, but otherwise the cost is exactly the same. That's similar to the battlefield data recipes for making circuits. It replaces one of the ingredients, but the other stuff is all exactly the same.
So the top tier is 6 times the damage per second of the bottom tier, but probably 9 or 10 times the cost, depending on exactly how you count the cost.
Okay, so let's go for the cheaper version that isn't laser.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the middle tier is laser. That's kind of out because that's going to do 1.92 per second, which is nothing.
Yeah. So the which one was the other one?
The bottom tier does physical damage at 27 per second.
And what is it called?
Defender.
Defender. Yeah, let's make defenders then.
Yep, no worries.
It's gonna be actually I'm gonna switch over the research now, so it's probably gonna be fairly quick.
Right, so let's take this and bring it up
And
to here.
How have I got lost in this space? There we go. Right.
Yeah. So yeah, it's basically
Priority,
almost
right.
ready. So you should be able to make them soon.
Anyways, so yep, gotcha.
Fact also, I need to upgrade this belt here to make sure that we have, even though it's a little bit bursty, I want to make sure we still get everything coming in from this side as much as possible. Right, so there we go. I've yeah, I noticed the dump belt had jammed up on gunpowder, mostly because of the way I'd started taking, for the motors, I'd started taking it for quite a lot of it from the other, just from the other input. So I fixed that now. It should probably be all right, as long as we keep making tanks. Are we still making tanks? Yes, but not particularly quickly because we're still short of red circuits. Okay, but I have increased the amount of plastic we're making. So down here, this is the corundum recipe for making plastic. It's not making very much of it, actually. I was hoping it'd be a little bit more than that. So let's expand this. What's the best way to do that? So I think if I just move this a mile or two over that way. And this one as well. No, this one as well. Just, yeah, let's just throw some sulfur on the floor. That's a great idea. And then I'll remove that for now, because then I can also remove this, and then I want to copy this bit. So I'm gonna 1, 2. So that's doubling it. That's tripling it. So I'll then need to move that back across one like that, and then you should have a pi. Oh, I see. Oh, that's annoying. I'll come along there then. It's going to make... If I need to extend it later, that's going to make it difficult. Oh, wait, no. This is much easier than this. Get rid of that bit. Bring that across to there. Then we have an underground there. Then we have 1, 2, 3 of these. Get rid of some of this. And some of this. And then that pops up again there. Then we have a pipe going through there like that. And then going underground in case I ever want to put any more in. Then I can do my inserters there and there and there. Copy that across there like that. Fine. Then that's sorted. This is all sorted if I copy and paste this bit along. Yes, you do all need the underground pipes.
More lube.
That there and that there.
More lube.
If the man needs more lube, get him more lube.
Sorry, did you say that you made more lube, or what did you say?
Yes, it's done.
Oh, is that a right on the edges?
Ooh.
Yeah, but a turret has been made inside our walls. How dare they?
Then you could probably deconstruct the old system, right?
I mean,
Who's
I
nearest?
could, yeah.
Me.
Yeah, please do so.
All right, I'll head over and bop it. We may at some point need to come up with a slightly more long-term solution than just flying over there and bopping things when they upset us.
We
Or is it
have
noted?
solutions, but
We're just not applying them.
yeah.
Fair enough. I'll just lightly
This is
warm up
weird.
the things on my way past.
This new
Where was
thing
I?
that spawned is putting things on top of the other place.
Oh yeah, because they always go top left of the of the thingy-mabob. What's it?
Oh, so those are weird non-clipping things or something.
Yeah, I've noticed some of the gun turrets clip through the buildings as well, clip through the
Yeah.
data collectors as well.
You need to not mark them not for deconstruction so that it can progress far enough so it starts actually outputting them. Because if bots come and pick them up, they won't
Right,
go on to the bots.
right.
True.
And obviously the battlefield data is going to disappear anyway.
Run that along there.
Oh yeah, we'll have
Hint,
even more things to
Oops. In.
mark not for picking up.
And then we need power over here. Okay, so that's now a quantity more plastic being made. Let's browse.
Laurence, did you use the blue quality ones here on purpose?
Yeah, I just wanted the sort of mostly for speed reasons, speed and productivity reasons.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry, no quality ones. No, I didn't. Let's downgrade those. Sorry, I misunderstood the question.
We were somewhat lacking in them for the first ones I placed, so you presumably just copied
I did. I just did a copy paste, and I noticed they weren't being placed. I thought it was just being a little bit slow, and then got distracted and didn't come back to look again. So yeah, oops. All right, that should be producing about 9. What's the limiting? Why are you not running? Because you're full of. Oh, I haven't put the exerters in.
Okay, that should out onto the belt now.
Thank you.
Hurrah! More plastic.
Battlefield data just is going to when that was placed would just disappear. So
Yeah.
Oh,
So you had to monitor it until enough things appeared that weren't battlefield data to say don't bother don't pick these up.
Yep.
Nice. Right, that is a quantity of plastic now being made. Do we want to have any sort of check on these things? So because I'm using up sulfuric acid in order to make plastic. And also using sulfur and sulfuric acid to make plastic, but also one of the things that makes sulfuric acid will also make plastic, which is being used as a higher priority. So I think it should keep the priorities sort of neatly organised. But if anyone has any issues with the way that and that are prioritised or running, and wants me to put any additional control systems on them, please say.
Mark,
Yes.
I would like to put my full faith and trust of balancing things in your hands.
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
5.5
Doomed.
versus
Uh,
5. Okay.
Could you take Lawrence's suggest or new buildings into consideration and see if it's viable?
What is he even doing here?
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
Right. So
it's a what's it called? A corundum recipe?
yes,
right?
that's the corundum way of making plastic, and I thought I'd use it because we have all the things we needed, and it seemed easier and it seemed more interesting, rather, not necessarily easier, but it seemed more interesting than piping in some carbon that we're making from gunpowder. So, why not? Let's play. We've got all these extra funny recipes. Let's use one of them.
Okay.
So, but basically, in a nutcase, the system over on the left is producing sulfur and sulfuric acid, and then is producing carbon as a byproduct, which we're turning into plastic. The system on the right is taking in sulfur and sulfuric acid and producing plastic. So it's managing the levels of sulfur and sulfuric acid essentially. That's the.
Could you ping the first part? There. Okay.
I may have named this. Wait, what? Oh.
And what are we trying to balance?
Essentially, that's a very good question. The sulfuric acid mostly. So I don't want to be the cause of the rest of the factory running out of sulfur or sulfuric acid.
Okay.
I don't think I will be. I think we have a plentiful supply of it. But if things break, I don't want to get the blame for it.
Okay, I'll ignore the system and take the blame. So.
All right.
That's the laziest way to do it.
It is. It really is. But oh well. Why is there 1400 on here? Is it really? How is there 1400 on this belt? There isn't 1400 on this belt. What's going on? What have I accidentally linked together here? So there's these two things. Oh, it's going all the way around here as well. That's why. Yeah. Okay, I need to break that then. Let's put a arbitrary splitter in here. Arbitrary splitter is arbitrary. Now we're seeing 138. Well, that's a lot more reasonable. So I want that to be about 300. Because I want this to run when we have an excess of... Yeah, so I want to hang on to the carbon here. I suppose I don't need to anymore, actually, because we've got the secondary plastic production over here. But previously, I was thinking I wanted to hang on to the carbon, so we could always be making some of it into plastic, and we're not just throwing it away down here. But actually, maybe I shouldn't be doing that anymore. Let's remove that, and let's put that back to being just a belt. I think that was a silly idea. Okay, right. Oh dear, I've neglected the chat again. Sorry about that. So we reckon on I think we reckon on the combat roboport being as you say, mate, a roboport that lets you deploy combat drones potentially. We'll see. Can you make coal with cubes? There are some cube related recipes for. Let's not look in there because it is a silly place. Right, let's look in here because it has all of the things. So no, it's sort of the other way round. You turn carbon turns into cubey things. I think on Cubium we're actually digging coal up. So I don't think there is a way to make coal or carbon with cubes, as far as I'm aware. You can make solid fuel, but not coal. Also, we don't really want to start using cube jelly recipes on other planets because that feels a bit too cheaty. Something like noisy rockets. Something like this feels okay because you're bringing in raw ingredients and then outputting stuff, and it's sort of following fairly sensible chemical processes. Fairly sensible. But bringing in cube magic to other planets feels a little bit weird and not quite right. Hello, Rocking Bees. Peek at the space map. Yes, all right, let's have a look. As to how many we have installed, I have honestly lost count. We have this many planets. It is gradually expanding. I think we reckon we're on about, is it 30 or 40 planets now? Probably 40 planets now. I know we're definitely over 100 mods, but only some of those are planet mods, obviously. There's a lot of quality of life and other miscellaneous mods in there. But yes, we're definitely over... We're around sort of 40 planets, I think, and maybe 50 science packs, I think, at the moment. Oh, yes, and I think there's a... that's very true. If you search for Planetary Pioneers in the mod portal, you'll find the full link.
We might be at 43.
43 planets?
Yeah, but
Okay.
that includes Stargates and Sol and stuff like that.
Okay. So there you go. About 43, with possibly the odd slightly funny thing like Shattered Planet Approach or Stargate at both ends of the Stargate. And I don't see Sol, actually. I don't think we've got that one.
It is there in the middle of the screen at the moment. The sticky out thing from the main solar system. That isn't.
Oh, there, that one. Oh, yes. Yeah, we'll find out what that is later, I guess. Okay, yeah.
The Center of Excellence is finished.
What? Oh, I see. Nice.
Does somebody need a job?
Why is the military-grade transport belt moving more slowly than the blue belt when they're supposed to be the same speed?
I will do in a moment. Yeah.
Is it?
Looks like it.
It is, yes.
It is.
Yeah.
Visually, it is. Stick some stuff. Drop some random things on it and see what happens.
I mean, come here and let's race.
Where even am I? Oh, I'm up there. Okay, that's not... Where even are you? Aren't you down here? Oh, yes, there you are. Okay, so I am moving faster than the blips on the belt.
Oh, that's bad.
That is quite bad.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
On the plus side, it means the belt is actually doing the speed it claims to do. Why have I taken off? Okay, it's me and Mark trying not to occupy the same space. Right. Why redesign? Yeah, I think the main reason I sort of redesigned this thing over here was because it seemed fun. To be honest, that's the large part of it, and that's what the gaming is about. And just doing things in a slightly different way. And also, I like to take the opportunity to be weird whenever I can, as anyone who knows me can attest.
Okay.
I'm glad the Cubium videos were useful for you. Yeah, I think Cubium was... It depends what you mean by what's the point. The point of Cubium is that it's weird and fun, and you get to play with some new mechanics because you've got some very strange... It's a strange planet, and that's fun and interesting. If you mean what is the point in relation to the rest of your playthrough, well, the point is that you can then start exporting some of the cubes and do things like this, where we're doing various Cubium-related recipes for the Vulcanus science, which means we're producing about 3 times as much as we normally would. Or alternatively, we can go to Fulgora, where we've got a Cubium-based recipe going on here, and we are literally producing 10 times as much science as we should based on the amount of input that's going in over here. So this actually is a weird balance thing. I've said this a few times already, so I'll mention it very, very quickly. But Fulgora was rather trivialized because we're essentially getting 10 times the amount of science out of it that we should be. So it's a weird sort of interaction of the different planets, which is what we'd expect with a mod like this. So I'm not really complaining about this as such, but I am noting that we were able to get an enormous amount of science being produced out of a really, really small Fulgora base over here. So yeah, it is producing it about 10 times faster than it should be. So it's throwing off the balance of some of the other planets a little bit. But you know, that's part of the challenge, part of the fun. So that's the other way of looking at the point of it. With the cube science production recipes, you can make, especially when you combine it with the Ygrian science machines, you can make science incredibly efficiently on other planets. Space Age playthrough, nice. Yeah, Rock and Beats. I would say yes. I would say if you enjoyed Space Age but you want more of it and you don't mind a little bit of sort of things being a little bit weird and some strange interactions, because it is worth mentioning that this mod, the Planetary Pioneers mod, is we've gone out and we've taken all of the other planet mods that are available at the moment. We've had a look at them and we've picked out all the ones that seem to be decently stable, so the ones that are roughly finished, are playable, aren't in alpha status, all that sort of stuff, and we've put them all together with absolutely no regard for how they're going to interact with each other. So that sort of that thing with the cubium recipes affecting Fulgora, for example, is a perfect example of how these things sort of interact slightly strangely. That's Igris and cubium working together to make Fulgora very, very easy. So we've not done any sort of balance work on that side because we haven't played through this yet. We don't know what's going to be the sort of the advantages and disadvantages of this mod, but we thought it'd be fun to throw them all together and see how it goes. And it is being fun. I would recommend playing it if you're quite patient and have a decent amount of time to invest in it. There are 5 of us playing, and it's probably it's a bit less than 5 because I keep getting distracted and going off on tangents like this. So I'm not quite as productive as I would be if I was playing it properly. But there's 5 of us playing. We've been going for 5 days and half an hour. We've just gone over 5 days, guys. Isn't that nice? And we are currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 planets in out of the roughly 40. So we're about a quarter of the way through. So this is going to take us quite a long time to get through. If you're playing on your own, it's going to take you even longer to get through. Now, if you're fine with that and you want a big mod pack to play through, then yeah, it's great. Give it a shot. But be aware that it's quite big. It's a bit there's quite a lot of it. Right.
I'm good for another job, Sophia or Mark, if you had something. Mark was asking earlier.
Yes.
Leftmost engine maker isn't building. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in the kitchen right now, so yeah, I'm AFK for 5 minutes.
Okay, just something
That's not
small and
allowed.
nervous.
Oh yeah.
I'd like
Give that a kick.
the biters to expand more onto the walls.
What?
Yes. In preparation for our next planet, basically. So I'd like you to disable all the artillery train stops basically between here and here. So they can expand to the southern eastern coast, basically.
Interesting. I mean, I understand, but I will not say too much just yet.
I don't. Why, Mark?
All will be revealed when we start worrying about the next planet.
Tune in, like in 2 or 3 Mondays' time.
Yeah, maybe.
Laurence, how's the tanks coming along?
Pretty well, I think.
It
Let's
feels
check.
as though
There's still not very many red
there's
circuits
a
coming
red
through.
circuit.
Yeah. I keep adding more in, but there's quite a lot going off to be made into blue circuits and other stuff, so it's still not enough. Let's do that again because it's, as you say, is still clearly not enough. So let's put that in there and there. Right, so that's not in quite the right place. Let's move that off to the side. There we go. And then I need to run this belt here and here and here and here. And then I'll need to come back and check that the what do you call them? It's what do you call them? Yes, that we're actually still making enough copper cable, and we seem to be so far, but I want to make sure it carries on working adequately.
Wow, I'm happy I made it back in time for the stream today, because now it's like full-fledged snowstorm outside.
Oh wow, clearly winter. Alright, gunpowder. Oh, is the gunpowder backing up as well? Yeah, I've been being distracted by a few other things like making. No, actually, no. The gunpowder from the disposal belt is going into engine units. Is sufficient to use it all up. That seems to be absolutely fine. Is good. Yeah, that's true. We could bring the plastic bacteria from Lignumis in. That would be another way. We'd need to set up a large area to grow trees and things, but I think that would probably be absolutely fine on this planet. This was nice and easy though, and didn't require bringing in weird things that will spoil. So I think I'm pretty happy with just setting it up using the corundum recipe, especially as that's now produced more than enough. And there's quite a nice balance thing going on here because of the way this is prioritising up here. When we have too much sulfuric acid and this jams up, then we'll produce it over here. But the rest of the time, when we've got enough room to output the sulfuric acid, we'll prioritise the production over here, unless it's a little bit slow, which it appears to be right now, and then that'll happen. So yeah, there's a nice sort of automatic balancing going on there, which I'm quite pleased with. Yes, when we have spectacular unfortunateness is happening in a while when Castra has done a load more research, then it's going to be rather terrifying. But we shall see. The vertical plastic. Oh, you might be right. Yes, you're right. Quite right. These are not hooked up properly. There should be another one of those. Yeah, I got part way through linking these up and then didn't finish them. Let's take these ones out actually, because there's going to be too awkward to fit them in. But I can do that bit, and then I can do this bit down here like that. You're quite right. I blatantly missed those out. The whole system will work a lot better if they have to have all the fluids they need, won't they? Thank you. Castra liquid inputs, yes. Let's sort that now, thank you. Yeah, I think exactly, because making this has been doing this a little bit weirdly is good fun. So I've heard that Tiberium is a bit overpowered. So I think I've heard people saying that. We will see when we get there. We'll have a look at how it works and make our rules up based on that. So we've already made up some rules. For example, when we went to Cubium, we decided that you're not allowed to use the recipe that generates where you turn where cubes generate jelly and then you produce massive quantities of iron ore or copper ore just by de-energizing cubes. And you're not allowed. We've decided we're not allowed to use that anywhere other than Cubium because it is just massively overpowered. That's silly. If we did that over here, imagine if we brought that over here, we could make an infinite supply of iron ore, and then we wouldn't have to worry about any of this nickel nonsense we've got going on up here, and that would have been far too easy. So no, we've banned ourselves from doing that. Similarly, over on Norvis, Mark has arbitrarily decided that we're not allowed to do cube jelly over here because he thinks that's a bit too overpowered. So over here, where we're trying to do the cubium-related yellow science production, we're actually bringing in the dream concentrate from cubium. So we're making it over there, dropping it in here, and then shipping it around by train, which we don't have to do through the gameplay mechanics. But Mark felt that it was an unreasonable way to be. It was an unfair advantage to give to be able to just generate it over here. Whereas on Fulgora, there is a Norvis-based recipe as well for making it from biter eggs or something.
Yeah.
So we'll look into that later on. But whereas over on Fulgora, maybe this is why Fulgora is too easy. But then if it wasn't, we'd just be putting more weight on Cubium rather than making Fulgora any more difficult, because then we wouldn't need this system here. We'd just be bringing in huge amounts of the dream concentrate to here as well. But here, for example, we are producing the jelly, and then the jelly's going up here. It's being concentrated down into dreams and dream concentrate. That's going down into the science production. But even so, we're still not allowing ourselves to produce the the copper or the iron on this planet, because that would be a bit too much, and that we decided is not reasonable.
We got power issues. Help.
Okay. Castra.
Mark, those stations are turned off in the artillery city block. There is a combinator that you can turn off to re-enable them.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
At the point you want them on again.
This.
We have almost no steam. We have loads of water. We've not overflowed on cooled steam, have we?
No. I think that's just we're at the power limit basically.
Okay, maybe the condenser turbines don't produce as much power. Or maybe we're just using 400 megawatts. Yeah, we're just using 400 megawatts. Yeah. So we need another nuclear power plant if we want to carry on like this.
No, we're not. We're not full on steam. We have steam, but we're not.
Yeah, no. We said we're full on the amount of power we're using. We're
just
we're
using
producing
everything.
397
Yeah.
megawatts from the condenser turbines. So it's just
No, from the heat exchangers.
the
if it
condenser
wasn't-
turbines are generating 397 megawatts according to the electric network infograph.
Yes, but if there wasn't enough, condenser turbines, then we'd be full on steam. Or we'd
Yes.
be filling up on steam.
Yeah, yes, I said that briefly, and then I went and looked at the graph and went, no, actually, no, we are producing the right amount of energy for this nuclear plant. So yeah, I think I interrupted myself, and that was hence the confusion. Oh, the Castra enemies have completed making gates, so we're going to have to fly. Fortunately, we seem to be able to do that. They're also working on weapon shooting speed, which is one that's going to be slightly dangerous to us.
I'm thinking
What was I looking at?
we could
Reactors are
probably
still
just
heating
add
up.
a bunch of efficiency modules into things and then lower the power requirements by a bunch, right?
Probably could, actually. Well, where's all the power go? Power is mostly going into EM plants.
Also, for your information, we are currently losing water. So we were in these tanks hovering around 10k for like the last hour or something, and we are now at 8k.
Not really enough on the red circuit still. Might need to put more and more and more. Oh, no power up there because that's offset by a square. It hasn't linked up to this one. Grr.
Right. We would need some more water. Okay, Mark. If I would like to, let's say I want to double this and then add another power plant. Do you think we would have the input to provide enough fuel for that?
Fuel, yes. Water, no.
Yeah. I do like using the. I don't like
A shortage of modules.
pasting huge, what do you call it?
Blueprints?
Solar arrays.
Ah.
So I would prefer another nuclear power plant.
These, of course, are massively out of balance because we're not making blue
Is it
circuits
worth-
anymore from these.
Quad modding that machine.
We're using a tenth of it. Jeez. Okay, let's redesign this because this is silly.
Given
Yeah.
water is a shortage.
Yeah.
And potentially efficiency moduling it as well at that point.
Or let's just build something alternative over here.
Yeah. So whoever is not having a job, is that someone I can ask to make another power plant?
Yeah, I can do stuff. I mean, that's copy paste, but yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. And if anybody else has nothing to do, then add efficiency modules to basically everything.
Okay, can do.
Everything that can. So do 2 of the 40% ones into everything basically.
Yep.
Right.
I'll also do that because I think that's important.
Okay, so there we go. We're going to put that in. So output the reds there, input those there, and input that. Input that there. And you.
Do you mind if I shoot the lime over to Castra?
That. Where is it?
It's South
Yeah.
Corundum.
Yep.
It should be heading over to Castra automatically, I'd have thought.
Yeah,
don't
it's
know what
waiting
it's
for
waiting
like
for.
15 chemical plants.
Cutoffle's Centre of Excellence might need to move.
No, you have to work around it.
Fine, full on spaghetti. I'm going extra off centre then.
Fine. That's okay. I mean, the center of excellence is there to stay. So. Oh shit! We backed up on stuff.
Stuff.
But the
Which one? Which stuff? Oh, the LDS.
But our thing didn't trigger the because it's not full on both sides. But why? Oh,
No,
because
no, it should be green because anything is greater than 0.
this is interesting. It's not
Oh, because we don't
crushing
have power.
fast enough. Oh, right.
Right. So that's. Hang on, why is this not? Have we run out of? Oh, it's not. Yeah, have we run out of blue underground? I guess so. We just. Yeah, we need the line back. We're trying to build too much stuff, and it's all going horribly wrong because we don't have any bits and pieces to do so.
I mean, the lime should be
Lime's
here
there.
now.
Oh, okay. Then we just don't have requests for stuff. Oh, here it.
I mean,
it's just
yeah,
it's all arriving like
yeah.
right now by the looks of it. Here it all. Yeah, suddenly massive bot frenzy to try and to build up all the stuff we've just been waiting for. Okay. Do we haven't? Yeah, there we go. There's blue underground again. So that'll fill in this bit down here. There we go. There's the green circuit starting to flow now. So that's going to be a bit more quantity of that. So any one of these should be able to support 10 of these. Also, why is that there rather than there and with a straight belt? Let's fix that. That goes there, and that should be like that. And then we can do the same sort of. I can do the same sort of thing with this. Oh, actually, that'll be fine. I just don't need to force place it. All of that can go in here as well, perhaps. The idea being so we've got each one of these, I think, should be able to supply about 10 of the machines making the red circuits. At least that's the hope. They'll have to all have their modules. Oh wait, do we still not have enough input of... Why are you sad? Copper cable. Ah, drat, forgot about that. How much copper cable do we need? Quite a lot. Okay then, we're going to have to bring that through here somehow. Oh, this is going to be awkward and difficult and kind of gross. Where can I even do that? Forgot you need copper cable for these things. I guess I could bring it over down here. She's brought through to here. Ooh, I know what I can do. This is going to be kind of interesting. Right, so if I take that and put that over here instead, then I can remove that, and I can go straight underground again there, like that and that. And then I can pop up here, and then we can run out of power just in time. Then I can do that and run this along the other side. It means, okay, we've got all these green circuits in the wrong place, but I can go and sort that out by hand. Because it's going to be easier than doing it with the bots, and then I can just dump all the green circuits to wherever they need to go. Right, so along here, yes, everything on this side of the belt needs to be picked up. So, zoop, and I seem to have missed some of them. Zoop. There we go. Right, so there's my... Of course, we don't have power now, so it's completely useless. But eventually, maybe... Well... Wait, what? Why are these all labelled as blue circuit production? How did that happen? I'm very confused.
Why are we not... Tristan, do you have an idea?
No, I was just wondering that. Well, I was assuming that we'd run out of water, and then I looked and we've got steam.
We have steam.
Yeah.
Just completely ran out.
We've overloaded on cooled steam because we don't have any power to run the catalytic chemical plant to turn the cool steam back into water. So
Interesting.
yeah, we need to wait for morning. So we've got a bit of solar power on that, so that can run a little bit, or yeah, pull some of that off into tanks. That's what that works too. Dope.
If we have enough boss that have juice enough to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be challenging.
No, it's worked.
Pulsing out.
Oh yeah. Wom 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 wom. Oh dear.
Those tanks are filled up very fast.
More tanks.
That's an interesting way of looking at the rules, mate. Yeah, it's just saying if you make what can be made on the planet with cubes after you've made it without them. But then we've made iron on this planet, and we're still making iron on this planet in reasonably significant quantities. But I still feel it would be rather cheaty to come back and then start making more iron on this planet with the cubium recipe, because it removes all the challenge of making it from the with balancing all of the sort of sulfur and the copper and everything else that's going on over here. So yes, I see what you're getting at, but I'm not sure I like it. It also would rather trivialise planets like Norvis, because rather than having to expand out to go and find more iron or copper patches, you could just make infinite iron and copper out of cube jelly. Which, so I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure I like it. True, mod makers could come along and watch us play the planets to look at balance. So there's been a bit of that. You'll have seen in the Lignumis interview videos. He mentioned that he hadn't actually thought of making plastic with the Cupra Vidas recipe on Norvis, and I think he hadn't thought of producing blue circuits on Lignumis and shipping them out, which we're still not doing in a particularly large scale. I still want to make that bigger at some point when we're looking for something to do, but. Yeah, it would be relatively straightforward to make the blue circuits in massive quantities on this planet and then ship them out. So there are a few things that I've been told that people have thought of because we've messed around with them and done things in a slightly unexpected way in our playthrough. And it's quite nice hearing those sort of things and being a little bit unexpected, shall we say.
Laurence?
Yes.
The copper smelting over here, you've added speed modules to them. Do they need those?
Yeah, you wanted exactly a full green belt, and there wasn't really room to expand it to the right number of furnaces. So I used the speed modules to get it up to exactly a full green belt.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
So, sort of.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, that's fine. I just wanted to know, because... otherwise, I would be putting 2 efficiency modules into these instead of 1.
Yep, no, that makes sense. 4.5 players because I'm streaming and talk too much, and also Sophia keeps going around shooting people. Yep, there's an element of truth there.
And also, because as it's approaching 11, it's time for me to drift off.
Oh yeah, and because Mike is only a part-timer.
Before you do that, Mike, did you manage to make the capsules?
Yes, we have whatever the physical ones are. Defender capsules being made. Yep.
Show me where.
Where? Hang on. Ah! There.
Ah.
I need it to be a bit further up because of the decay rate of the battle data.
Yeah, fair enough.
So it's a thing. There's basically the logic on this inserter, strictly speaking, it's in the combinator beneath it. Basically says if the machine is not currently active and it has enough ingredients of the other 2 to be active, then
That's
you may take one
clever.
off the line.
Yeah, that's really good. I like that.
Yeah,
because then it wouldn't. It's not going to disrupt anything by just hoovering stuff up.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
Yeah, that's really
you see one go past every so often when it's busy.
Would you mind increasing the output to like a bazillion?
Yeah, sure. Let's go 500.
No, a bazillion.
Okay, hang on, 1 bazillion times 10 to the...
Yeah, so what we'll probably end up doing, Quagor, is because, as I say, if Tiberium is game-breaking, as you're saying, and I think other people have said as well, is we'll probably switch over, we'll probably allow it to be used on its own planet and not really export it elsewhere, or at least we'll have a think about it once we've seen what it can do and come up with what we think is a reasonably sensible way to handle it. Facecam seems to be in sync as far as I can tell here, so
thank you, Mike. That's super nice.
Maybe it's fixed itself.
Well, good night, everyone. Have a good one.
Good night,
Enjoy.
Mike.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
See you later.
Happy New Year.
Okay.
Good night.
So Hassan is saying playing Planetary Pioneers alone, he's added a mod to speed up time because it helps with the boring beginning parts of the game, getting to the fun parts faster. That's an interesting idea. I haven't felt that we've been waiting for things very much. There's been a little bit of it, but not very much. And I think that when there's been little bits of it, it's because we've been waiting for somebody else to get on with something. So generally, I feel that in Factorio, if you're waiting for things to happen, then you need to build more of whatever it is you're waiting for. But maybe there's something in there that I have not really run into quite so much. You need to put lamps in. Yes, that's a good idea.
What were you saying, Mark?
We have a junk backing up warning here.
And the alarm is actually going off now because we have power.
Hooray!
Oh, yay.
That was a missing underground in the red circuits.
Then
Oh,
we
it
shall
probably is.
Yeah.
Where is it
add even
jammed up?
more of these.
Oh no, we just have enough now by the looks of it. Have I fixed the missing underground, or is it? Yeah, it looks like it. They are travelling. They are travelling through from up all the way up here. So I think that must be it must be something that I fixed on the way through. It's kind of hard to tell whether there's whether it's in sync or not. My mouth seems to be moving pretty much in time with me speaking, so it seems to be all right. Okay, good. I'm glad it seems to be fixed.
Tristan, could you have a look at purple signs, please, on Novus?
Yep. That in a moment.
Off-planet recipe for steam production. Yeah, we don't have calcite on this planet, but there may be other ways to produce steam. But I think we've got a pretty effective way of producing steam down here. We've got a nuclear reactor that makes water really hot, and that turns into steam. And then we're getting most of that water back, so it's probably all right. I think this is probably sorted out. Ha! Turning the balloon lights into disco lights. Yes, that would be a little bit much, wouldn't it?
Lawrence,
Hello.
are you very busy?
I'm just sort of tidying it. What am I doing? I'm not even sure what I'm doing at the moment. Oh yeah, I was making sure the red circuit production was fast enough, which it seems to be. Although we seem to have leaked some copper, some plastic onto the red belt, so I need to work out where that's happening and make sure it doesn't.
I'll take that you're busy. Mark,
Yeah,
are
I
you
do
busy?
seem to be.
Nope.
How did that happen?
Here, where Mike added the capsules, could you also, in a similar fashion, add the roboport, the combat roboport?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Might have been a.
I like the
Reef
logic
problem?
that he had with the not picking stuff up unless it has the other ingredients.
So
Gotcha, yep.
the plastic just runs straight up the middle here. It doesn't interact with anything, as far as I can tell. I don't see how it could possibly have interacted with these, unless it was something got dumped out of a machine where it shouldn't have been in there in the first place. That looks okay. Oh, there's some over here as well. Ugh. Come on, bots. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, stupid everything. Right, remove all of that and that. And I can undo that and undo that. Right, there we go. Things are now back to normal. And also, let's pull out any of these things that are in the system that shouldn't be. Having just messed around with all of that. Right. Okay, tank production is up and running again now. Iron production is still a little bit weak. I mean, it seems to be just about okay. I think the tank production is... Maybe the tank production isn't running constantly. Isn't going to run constantly. I am slightly skeptical.
So Phil, then we probably want to export them as well, right?
Yeah, tank production is not running constantly.
Yes,
Okay.
I will add that. Thank you.
Oh, it's pulling a load of copper through?
Sophia,
Yes.
why is the fluid loader station in the mall disabled?
Fluid loader station in the mall.
So we're short of iron because we're short of copper, and we're short of copper because we suddenly started using red ammo in a larger quantities than previously. Now, some of that is because we're doing more research, I think, probably. Unless it's just being
Please
shipped out for
enable it.
defences. And then there's also red ammo being shipped out for making those little robot guys.
I mean, if
and circuits over
it
here as well,
was
of course.
never enabled, I think I may have disabled it when I added it, right? Until it was ready, and then I just never enabled it. So yeah, please enable
Possibly.
it. Can I enable it, or shall you? Or...
Yeah, fine by me. I
think I'll have
was
to do.
looking around for why I didn't have any magic fluid over at Purple Science.
Yeah, I have enabled it now, so it should be sending out trains.
Which will inevitably go to Yellow Science first, because Sub's law. No, there's a train going over to Purple Science, at least.
Well, I mean,
You're going to get the wrong fluid.
It should be because they're so I don't know what the word in English,
Frequent?
because it's not used that much, so yeah, it should be fine. And a couple of train rail nodes.
I feel like I want to feed some of this millerite in further up. Let's put an underground belt in here like this. So I've got some room to play with things. And then if I put in a green splatter here, then one side of that can then go straight down here like that and be fed in as we were before, so no change made there. Then I can feed the other rest of it up this way and poke it in here to top that up. And that'll allow, and I think let's prioritize to the left here. So it all goes in past this machine first, but then we can top up the belt up here a little bit and get a bit more flowing through past these machines, and maybe even up to the ones at the top there. Now that's only going to be producing the iron, the molten iron, which goes down for making the engines. So that's not actually going to help very much with the immediate problem over here. If anything, it may put more of a load on the millerite system and therefore be insufficient. But I think is this a blue belt for quite a lot of its run? Yes, it is. So let's upgrade that and see if that makes things better. How far back does that go? It goes all the way back into the mines. Okay. So let's upgrade this whole thing to blue, to green. Sorry. I probably didn't need to do those last two actually, but whatever. They're cheap. So let's upgrade the whole lot to green and see if that means we get any more flowing in here and just producing more. Because the problem we've run into here with the iron production is that we're now making, there's not enough copper because so much copper is going into making the red ammunition over here and also the circuits over here. So that's taking quite a lot of our resources up. Now, I probably should put productivity modules into all of this, and that'd help quite a bit. And then maybe replace all this with foundries and downbinners, so we're using a bit less resource over here as well. That might be the way to go.
Mark?
Yeah, as soon as Mike logged out, of course, his ship ran out of ammunition.
Oh dear.
Also, Laurence, you made a loop here. Loop.
Oh. So there is. Yes, okay, let's kill that then. Yeah. Oops. My bad. Right. Won't happen again.
Go down and take care of that thing.
We've destroyed it. Oh, yeah. Eventually, you got the turrets. Right. So what was I looking at? Oh yeah, the iron production over here. So the problem is that we need the copper. Basically, the copper gets turned into iron. So, but there's not enough copper going in here because half of it's going the other way to be made into ammunition and into circuits. So I could reduce the amount of copper that's being used over here a little bit by filling all these up with productivity modules, and I think I'm going to do that.
Laurence, before you continue, I have an issue. We're not getting enough
Tanks?
silos made.
Silos?
Because we don't have any crushed iron, because something up here not giving us it.
Because they're full of sulfur.
Oops. Okay, right, yes, let's do something about that then. There we go. Fixed it, kind of. I clearly didn't notice that it produced sulfur as well.
I mean, the other option would be putting a red inserter there, or something.
That is an option, but it's not going to work very well.
and also limiting the belt based on what's in the hand of the inserter.
True. I think this is easier. It only works for one of them, of course, but it is easier. And I don't think we're going to need that much iron ore. No. If it had been running the whole time, it'd be absolutely fine. So I think that's probably okay. Let's just make sure there isn't any iron ore or crushed iron ore anywhere in the logistics system. Pull that out if we can. Right, how are we doing over here? Right, the amount of molten iron is actually going up now, so I think it might be time to start turning some of this back into actual iron plates and feeding it in down here. So let's put one of these guys in. But also let's put in a tank and use that as a control system. That. So you are going to be turning iron into iron plates, but only when this tank has more than... Where's molten iron? It's in here somewhere. Molten iron. Only when this tank has more than 2,000. There we go. So rotate you around so you start working, and then we have an exerter here like that, and a belt comes down to... Where was it? I spotted a perfect place to add it in. Yes, over here. Like that. There we go. Oh, it's hot iron, of course, but it'll probably cool off by the time it gets... You know what? Let's put a cooling system in, because why not? They're easy enough. They're easy enough to implement, so we might as well stick that there, and then that there, and then filter that to only take out cold iron, so we can let it cool off in the box here, and then we chuck it out onto the belt. Easy, and it'll stop us having... Well, it's cooled down by the time it's got down here anyway, so it probably would have been absolutely fine, but you know it can cause jams, so I don't want to do that. So how are you getting on? Oh, you've stopped because there's not enough of that in there. Okay, fair enough, but you do have 200 inside that you could just use, but fine, I understand why you're not. Okay, but I also want to fill this up. But there we go. I also want to fill this up with productivity modules. Question actually, should I be putting productivity modules in these? It would slow them down rather a lot. It would reduce the amount of millerite they're using and increase the amount of output we're getting from them, so it's probably a good idea. Also, this needs to be further up now. And feeding in here, because that's where the shortage is now. And then we get more output on both sides. Oh, I don't know. This is already this is already a full belt. So there's no point in trying to make this any faster. I need to deal with the outputs before I can deal with the inputs. So this is probably about as far as I can realistically go with this at the moment, without doing a massive redesign. That is a bit of extra iron. Is it going to be enough? Who knows? Probably not, because we've got starvation going on over here. Oh, this is another place where I should be making the cogs from molten iron. All right, let's get rid of all of that. Boink. And all of this. That can go. And instead of that, we don't want that. We want to put this in over here instead. And we tell you to make iron gears from the molten iron. And then we have to work out how we're going to get the molten iron over here. Not too difficult, I hope. So we'll bring that down to here, and then over this way. Click in the right place, Laurence, that would help. Through here to here, and up to like that, and then fill in the gaps like this. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. That's the molten iron coming over. We're going to need a cooling system as per usual. So I'll take out a couple of pieces of that, and put in a box between them like that, and then filter you to just be cold gears, cold gears like that, and then put them onto there, and hopefully that'll add in a bit of efficiency. Hopefully we won't just end up using up all of the molten iron here, because now we start using up less of the iron coming through here. It's probably going to be all right. We'll wait and see. I may need to do some expansion on this. I'm not sure. Oh, let's also productivity module that, because yes, we are still very short of iron, so we'll do that. Once the productivity modules arrive, I'll do a speed check against these two, see whether the speeds are reasonable with that like that, or whether I need to put in another foundry. There we go. So across those three, and we are using up the. We're producing gears at 4.1. We're using them at 7.5, so I do need a second one.
Sophia,
Yes.
the plastic we're making it in two different ways. I have a suggestion of limiting this one if we have more than X amount of sulfur, because the other one uses sulfur to make it, and we have rather a lot of sulfur,
Yeah. Sure. Sounds good.
and that's limiting our water production rate.
Yeah.
I thought we were
I
sort of
was
prioritising that one whenever we could. We're already prioritising the one on the left.
Yeah,
Based on-
exactly. I'm
based on
saying
whether-
do the other.
Oh, do the other. Oh, okay.
Because one on the left doesn't use sulfur.
Oh, okay.
Uses hydrogen sulfide.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'd mostly set it up like that with the intention of making sure we didn't use up all of the sulfuric acid, or all of the or I was going to say all of the sulfur, but we have crazy amounts of sulfur, so that's probably not an issue. Okay.
I was gonna ask the status of the nuclear power in the water. How's that looking?
That's what I'm essentially working on with this.
Yeah.
It's,
Okay.
yeah, nuclear plant's built, but it's limited because of water amount.
Ah, you got everything from the lime now. That's nice.
Yep.
All right. So these are currently running at a speed of 10. Oh, they've got the beacons, right? That's why. Some of them have, anyway. Can I move this down? Probably. How far is that? Okay, all the way down to there. Best I can do. Okay, so if I want to get more throughput, I'm going to take all of this and put another 2 of these in up here, like... Why are the beacons there on where they don't fit? Okay, because the pipes are going underground. Why do we not just put that there? Remove all of this. Remove that and put it... Oh, it's because before they... can we have that back, please? We do need that. Oh, we'll put the whole thing... No, that goes there. And that goes there. And then I want to put it... And then now I do want to put in those productivity modules I was talking about. So those go in all of these. All the way down there. Lovely. And that should now be producing... We can just make this a straight pipe all the way through there. This will now produce more. It's probably this will hopefully produce about as much. Thing is, I'm going to get to the point where we're producing too much to go onto this belt over here, and at that point, I'm going to put in a splitter and some more recyclers just to nuke anything that won't fit on there. And I think that's a fairly sensible way to do it. So let's remove these accumulators and also a chunk of stuff here as well, because this is where we're going to put the recyclers in. So, yes, more like this, please. We would like to have that again. 1, 2,
Weapon shooting speed.
3 times. Uh-oh.
They completed weapon shooting speed 4, so they've now started weapon shooting speed 2.
That's a bit funky.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14,
Well, they wanted their rocket shooting speed upgraded first.
16. Alright, so I was sort of hoping that with all these productivity modules, we'd still have some millerite making it all the way up to the top. But this appears to not be the case. Because we don't have enough millerite coming through. What is going on over here? Why is the mine struggling? Why are you sad? Low power. Can we have some more electricity, please? Is that my
Purple
fault?
science is fine now, Mark.
Okay, thank
Laurence, have you cut this off here?
What is, it looks cut off, doesn't it? Yeah. Yes, apparently so, but I don't know why. I'm sure it must be me, because I think I'm the only person who's been messing around here, but I can't... not deliberately, let's put it that way.
Okay.
We're up to 7.5k water compared to the 7k. It's an improvement.
That's
We need
nice.
to hit 10k.
Oh, all the different laser turrets, different colours of laser turrets appear as different entries in the power graph.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we have disco stuff.
We do, yes, and it doesn't really matter. It's not going to annoy us very often. In fact, it's probably never. The only downside of it is that we won't be able to tell how much power all of our lasers are using between them. We can only tell what one individual colour is using, which is a little bit of a nonsense, but oh well. Yeah, we need more cable production now, by the looks of it. Ugh. It's probably because I put productivity modules in it all, which is, of course, why we're using quite so much electricity now, because we've got all these buildings have got. Okay, some of them have got efficiency modules in as well, but we've got a lot of productivity modules around here. Have we put some sort of new sudden spike on consumption of blue circuits?
I mean, we're sure launching more rockets than
Maybe that's
previously,
it.
So.
Because yeah, I just noticed we've had started actually making blue circuits the traditional way rather than the battlefield data science thing way. So that's part of the reason why we've had such a spike in resource usage and power usage.
We're also stealing a few of those up here to make the battlefield stuff and the combat roboports.
Okay. So yeah, probably we are using a bit, but it shouldn't be an amount that is actually too serious. Yeah, again, making calcite with cubes is kind of slightly cheaty. Doopy wants us to use efficiency modules for efficiency modules. Yeah, we can, but given we have resource difficulties, I've been trying to be a little bit more careful with. I've been trying to use productivity modules everywhere. But all right, let's put in at least one efficiency module in each of these machines, because we can, and that'll take the power down, consumption down from plus 300% to come on bots, do as you're told. We do indeed have. Oh, true, efficiency beacons is a good point. That might be worth doing. Yeah, it'd be nice to stick them in all the way through this build, but it wasn't really built with that in mind. We sort of, I guess there's a tendency to when playing Factorio to just assume that you're always going to have enough power, even when that's clearly not going to be clearly not the case. Whoop, that's a lot of beacons. There we go. Let's see how much of a difference that makes. Now that's only going to be affecting this stack of machines here, and there's probably a few too many of them in. Let's remove a couple of those for being unnecessary. But it'd be interesting to see how much of a difference it makes.
Each one's only worth it if it saves half a megawatt.
That's true. These machines are using 8 megawatts each, so I'll see what they get switched to once the modules actually arrive, and then rip them back out again if they're not worth it. But they're definitely touching at least 2 machines each.
Yeah, that's likely worth it then.
I think so. I think we don't actually have any efficiency modules on this planet at the moment, because I've seen something that's waiting for them that has been waiting for them for at least a little while.
No, Mark's been placing them.
Oh, okay. Whoop. 4 rockets in perfect sync just flew past my eyes. No, we don't have any efficiency modules on this planet. They may be being brought to this planet eventually when ships are here, but we are short of 82 of them.
Yeah, we were out of. So we are just using too many.
Just waiting for the line to
Yeah,
come back
because
over
we're
again.
putting efficiency on like everything now because
Because we haven't got enough power. Yeah.
yeah.
Why is the second nuclear plant not kicked in?
Not enough water.
Oh.
So yes, it could share the water from the other one, but then they'd both be starved of water.
Okay. No, that's a good enough reason. I'm okay with that. I just wanted to know why.
We are. It is growing. We're at 8.3k water now.
Okay. I was going to say, I'm
Sulfur. That's
using
limiting
plastic up as
factor.
fast as I can. Where was I? Okay,
Oh, it's
so...
only the new thing that's producing plastic now. So
Yes.
okay, so that needs to. I need to put an ore on that.
Right, but on the good news is we are now constantly producing tanks, and we've got to hold 2 of them, 3 of them in the storage chest, which just means that bots haven't come over and grabbed them for a moment or two because the bots are too busy flying around with everything else. There is a lot of bot activity going on at the moment, and I have no idea what most of it's for. I assume somebody's doing some building work somewhere or something. No, I don't know what all this bot activity is, but there's a lot of them flying around. It's chaotic. Oh, and we are running a bit low on blue circuits. Yeah, I say, speaking personally, I would say I definitely have a tendency to just assume once you get to a certain point in Factorio that power you can consider power to be functionally infinite, and if you ever run out of it, you just copy and paste something. But then sometimes you get a funny planet like this one where it's a little bit more challenging and things are a bit more difficult. So we have to then go in and sort stuff out a bit. And try and be a little bit efficient occasionally, which is very strange. Are we up to full power now? Because is it day? No, we're not. But the daytime isn't actually helping. We're only producing 37 megawatts from solar, and that's not remotely enough. When in theory we're actually producing 400 and something from the from the nuclear, and soon that's going to be 800. But we need to I don't know, find some more water from somewhere. Can we drop that in with the lime? Bring it over in barrels just to get the system up and running?
Nope, lime's only for
Solids.
infrastructure and not for transporting. But feel free to build a tank ship.
I mean, we could have a platform in space that just
chucks
dropping
ice down.
ice.
Yeah.
But nah, we should be able to manage.
We should be. I think it sounds like it's gradually building up, and so once it gets to a sort of a happy point, it'll then
Laurence,
just.
you said you were using plastic.
I was. What's
It's
happening?
backing up.
I am using plastic.
I need you to use sulfur as well.
I can't promise that.
This is the problem with the molten iron production nickel thing.
I
mean,
I am using some sulfur. The other method is producing. We're still producing iron and stuff as fast as we can. The problem is the millerite is a bit. Actually, no. The problem isn't the millerite is a bit slow. It's the copper. The copper is being used for so many different things that production is. That only half of it is going into the iron production, and therefore there's only. We're only using the sulfur up at a certain rate and producing iron at a certain rate, and yada yada yada, many other problems besides.
Yeah, the sulfur backing up means we're at 8.1k water now.
Is that gone up or has that gone down then?
Down. It was
Okay.
8.6 earlier, I think.
Right. Yeah, I mean it's being used as fast as it reasonably can. Is the millerite still slow because we've got low power? Yes, it is. Okay. I'm assuming that these drills here can fill a green belt, although I have to admit I've not actually checked that. But at this point, while we've got a power crisis, there's no point in trying to expand it because that'll just make the power crisis worse and probably won't get us any extra resource through. So, yeah.
I'm putting efficiency modules in the miners.
We haven't got any efficiency. Oh no, we have. They've
arrived.
arrived.
Gets back.
No, they have arrived now actually. So yeah, let's do that. Is it? If I copy... if I copy this pointing the wrong way onto a machine, will it turn it round? No, it just won't paste it. Okay.
Oh, without forcing, yeah.
Kristen,
Hello.
this isn't powered, but that's not really the main thing I wanted to ask you about. The underground, going under the water, I thought that was a no-go. How come
That's
that
lava.
worked?
You can't go under... Yeah,
Oh, you can go underwater, but not lava?
correct. Yeah, so the
Oh, I
theory
see,
is
okay.
Vulcanus is a thin crust of rock floating on an ocean of lava, which is why you can blow holes in the rock with nukes. Whereas a lake is, well, it's like a real world lake, so it's solid land with a depression in it that's filled up with, in this case, light oil. That's what I'm telling myself to make it make sense. I don't know whether that's the actual rationale behind it in the game, but that's what I'm telling myself.
Fair enough.
Okay, that is more millerite now, actually, so that is helping. How's our power usage? Okay, power usage it is better. We actually got some power into the accumulators a minute ago. It went out again straight away, but we actually did manage to put a little bit in there. So we are close with the power consumption at the moment.
Stronger explosives time.
Yay! Just what they need. Quagor says there is a corundum steam recipe that using solid fuel that has a better water to steam ratio than nuclear, so it produces more steam per water for burning things in a different way. Okay, good. That horrifies me a little bit. Let's have a look for it. See if we can find it. Is it in here? Here we go. Steam, thruster fuel and water. So it's not that one, but let's go and find steam. This is specifically. It's alternative recipes. So curious. Oh, corundum. Here we go. That one's calcite. That one's also calcite and sulfuric acid. There we go. Solid fuel and 90 water makes 1,000 steam. At 500 degrees as well. Oh, and that's water at 100 though. So you need hot water first. That doesn't explain why it produces more steam, but it does explain why it uses less fuel. But we don't have water at 100 degrees. I don't think. We have water at probably at 15 degrees. Actually, when we chill the steam back down again, what temperature of water comes out of here? 15 degrees. Okay, that's doing a really effective. That's cooling it down really, really effectively then.
What temperature do you get out of a boiler to go into a steam engine?
I want to say it's 100, but I'm not sure.
Because hence it now becoming steam kind of thing. Oh no, because that outputs it as steam. Because you want the 100 degree water.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not
I
sure.
like how this is effectively telling us how bad our power supply is at the moment, just by looking at which of the lamps are turned on. No, I think that's because night's falling, so they're turning on gradually. But it felt like it was just because it was a rudeness about it. Oh, regular thinks a normal boiler might be 150 degrees. Let's see if the pedia tells us. No, boiler. 165 degrees. So close, slightly hotter than that. I guess it's slightly pressurized, so fair enough. Yeah, we're sat. Power is sad again. Is there anything else? I mean, most of it is going into the EM plants. It's all of this stuff here that's making all of the circuits. I don't need productivity modules in the red circuit production, I guess. But then these are all heavily efficiency moduled anyway. They've been pulled all the way down to normal power consumption, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, there's no value.
I think it must. Yeah, that must be normal levels of power consumption. Okay, whereas these ones over here are at plus 180%, but they're also chucking out. They're being quite efficient, which is probably a nice thing, given that I was complaining about a lack of copper earlier. Circuit production is now struggling, though. Why have we got short? Oh, that's because of a shortage of iron, which is because of a shortage of I have no idea at this point. It's all just sort of a little bit of a mess. The factory is kind of hanging on. If we had more power, I reckon we'd be in a position. Oh, now we've not got enough engine units coming through. Probably because the foundries aren't running at full speed because of the lack of power. Right. So I reckon if we had enough power in the factory, it would sort of be hanging on, and things would mostly be. It might not be running at sort of quite full everything speed wise, but it would be producing. We'd be producing the science packs, and we probably have enough of everything. So things are looking reasonably good, but could look a little better. Okay, we are still shipping the science out as fast as we're making it. So there's only 200 in each of these boxes. So we do want to carry on making that as fast as we realistically can.
How many launches are there per ship transit?
I don't know.
Sorry, what did you say, Tristan?
How many rocket launches per silo are there for the science per ship arrival?
Or, I mean, in theory 8, but yeah, we're not.
4 direct, 8 indirect, of 4 not. Yeah. Another 4 after that.
So you mean two per silo, then?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, that needs to get up to 1,000 before the ship arrives for it to be keeping up. Which it may well do because it's only just.
But then we're also filling buffers because.
We're trying to build up that 40,000 we
Yeah.
feel like we need on Norvis.
Yeah, but so that's at full speed. We are producing science fast enough at the moment.
Okay,
Is what I'm saying.
good. And what about at actual speed? Battlefield science packs. We are producing 300. We've been producing 380 per minute over the last 10 minutes, and that's up a bit from before that, where it was about 300, just over 300 over the last hour. So 300 per hour is 300 per minute is 5 per second, which is kind of enough.
That is slightly slower than full production rate, consumption rate, because we're consuming purple science at 340 per minute.
Okay.
And how much was the production now?
370,
So that is
370, 380 over the last 10 minutes. So I think we're all right, especially as we're only going to be using battlefield science some of the time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is
we really need then is the power.
Yeah. Once that's sorted, then
Absolutely.
it could be.
I think then we can start sort of thinking about looking around, seeing if things are suitably tidy and working well enough, and looking for problems, and then trying to think about what we're going to do about the enemies. But yeah, as you say, we just need to sort of tick over until we've got enough water. It feels bizarre to me that we've swung back and forth between having too much water and then not enough water, and then back to, not enough water, too much water, not enough water. It feels like we've just been swinging wildly back and forth between the two.
But we've also been expanding things massively.
Oh yeah,
So
absolutely.
first we're expanding this thing massively, then that thing massively, and then that causes the imbalance. So
Yeah. I wonder.
An expansion causes very different consumption rates to just running.
Mm-hmm. I was just wondering if we can turn sulfuric acid into water and whether that would actually be helpful, and I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be because we're using the water to make the sulfuric acid. So I don't think that would help. Wow, I heard a rocket launching and then all the lights dimmed.
Yeah. Rocket launches are very energy intensive.
Ice melting, dry ice production. That doesn't actually produce water. That's ice. Rapid ice melting. Okay, ice melting. Thrust oxidized separation. Okay, not great. We don't really want to do that. Turbine steam condensation takes in 1,000 steam and turns it into 25 water. That doesn't sound like enough. Isn't it usually 10 to 1? Like if you make steam in a turbine or something.
Bear in mind that's assuming you're going to have productivity on it,
True.
because there's a research to gain productivity. We have 72% productivity on that.
Right, okay. That's a bit
We are
more.
getting nearly double,
Okay.
including the productivity modules
50.
in there.
Okay. All right. If it's I suppose we could reckon on it being a sort of a slightly lossy thing because the condensing turbines are slightly cheaty otherwise, I suppose, because if they don't use anything up. Oxygen and hydrogen, funnily enough, make water. We don't have those. I don't suppose we can pull oxygen and hydrogen out of the atmosphere, can we? I mean, we can. Petroleum gas. Okay. Blue says the answer to our problem is cubes. Yeah, I suppose this is kind of yes, but also no, but also mostly no. Yes, regular. You do indeed win on Price is Right rules. Have we considered using a nuclear reactor with all that uranium? Yes, we have. We do in fact have 2 nuclear reactor plants down here. We have 2 quad reactor setups down here. The problem is that we don't have enough water to feed them. So we've got a system here which is it's not a closed system because it is a little bit lossy. But we are at least using the condenser turbines. So we're getting as much of the water back as we can. And so we've got one of the reactors is up and running, and we're getting 400 megawatts from it. We haven't been able to kick the second one in yet because we haven't really got enough water. Or at least if we stole some of the water from this one, then they both have problems, and everything would be awful. So instead, we're trying to keep this one running full effectiveness, and then when we have enough water from the recipe over here that is making it from hydrogen sulfide, we can then tuck that in over here. We can then push a bit of that water through here and get this one to start tick over and start kick in and start producing at least a bit of steam. At least that's the hope. Yeah, Tristan's having a look to see if he thinks he can make oxygen and apparently atmosphere.
No, you can make atmosphere and turn that into oxygen. We can't get hydrogen though.
Can we not?
It's not high enough pressure here.
There is, however, a petroleum gas to carbon dioxide and hydrogen recipe.
That requires higher pressure.
Oh, does it? Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry. There's a Vesta recipe. We haven't been there. And Shatter Planet recipe, another Shatter Planet recipe, and a Meraxis recipe. So yeah, probably all out of
the first 4 had weird symbols, so I figured we don't have them.
Fair. Okay, let's go back to looking for other ways to make water. So that was hydrogen and oxygen. We got this far. Where is that? I don't. Oh, Arig. Okay. Well, Norvis water harvesting. You can have a water harvester and make water. Okay, great. Volcanoes. Okay, so there is a water harvester that comes from Arig that you can run on lots and lots of different planets. That's mildly interesting, but not very useful. That's what we're already doing, but we're not using the sulfur up fast enough for this to be practical. Heavy water, no thanks. Miranda, no. Miranda, more. Oop, no, that one.
Ooh.
Water combustion.
Being able to do
fine.
the water harvesting on that many planets seems. Being able to do it on Vulcanus feels a bit cheaty. I feel that it feels like it's initially it's ones that have water on them. You can just get water elsewhere, which feels fine.
Pull it out of the atmosphere, yeah.
Yeah, but ones where you're on Vulcanus, there isn't water in the atmosphere.
We can make it from microcubes, but I think that's a little cheaty. Calcite and dilute sulfuric acid. We don't have dilute sulfuric acid. Sulfur reduction. Ah, that's interesting. Ooh, sounds like a raid. Hello, Cyclomatic and friends. Welcome to the stream. We are currently out on Castra, planet of random danger where turrets appear for no apparent reason, and we're trying to work out how best to get some water. So I'm thinking maybe, what if we use these two corundum recipes, Tristan. Are you looking at the stream?
Yep.
Okay, so we've got hydrogen sulfide combustion, which takes in hydrogen sulfide, which I think we've got, get sulfur dioxide and water, and then you have another one where you take in hydrogen sulfide and sulfur dioxide, and you do get some sulfur out of that, but probably a lot less of it, and a load of water. So probably pulling in those two and getting them to work in tandem with each other might solve our water problem.
Yeah, could well do.
It's a little bit more corundum-y stuff, but yeah, let's. And hello, Major Mayhem as well. Welcome, all many of you. So I guess yes, let's have a look around Castra. So what have you been up to today, Cyclomatic? Are you playing Factorio as well? Are you how are things going? And yeah, so the point is, this is a weird planet where we've got these data collector things that generate. They take in pollution in the form of data that's generated by our radars and our roboports, and then they produce stuff. Now, quite a lot of the stuff is just random resources, like there's some, that's a piece of gunpowder there. Sometimes they produce sulfur and similar sort of things. But they also produce these battlefield data packets, and they can be pulled in and made into researches and various other things. So they're kind of valuable, and that's the main resource for this planet. However, these things count as enemy structures. They're functionally underneath the skin. They are basically spawners for equivalent biters and things, and so they produce resources instead of biters, which is lovely. But sometimes they also produce turrets of various different types. Now, actually, so far they've only produced bullet turrets, of which we're very, very glad. And I don't seem to have any I can see that have any bullet turrets around them, because we've been going out and squashing them whenever they occur. But I'm sure I saw some outside the radar coverage area somewhere. But anyway, yes, they're making. There's a few. Every so often they'll produce a turret, and we have to then go out and kill it. We haven't come up with a good automated way of doing that yet. And also they spread. So we've got these belts going around from all of them because they always drop the resources just outside the top left corner. So we've got these belts going around and gathering the resources. But this one, because they spread, it spawned in a new one, and this one does not have a belt in the right place yet. So let's fix that while I'm looking at it, and then that'll take that away and send it over to wherever it's intended to go. So. Early game space exploration. Okay, well that's good fun. You're not tempted to add in an extra 40 or so planets then. I can understand not really wanting all that extra nonsense to be going on. Right, so yes, as I say, we are currently having a bit of a power crisis on this planet because, well, somebody, me, went in and put in an enormous number of EM plants, and they're all packed full of modules. Well, actually, they've got a lot of efficiency modules in them now, but they're all using far too much power. And so there's been a bit of a crisis there. And so we've been trying to fix that up. And down here we have a couple of nuclear reactors, but as I say, we've run out. We were a bit low on water, so we're putting a little bit into this one. It's got up to almost 8,000 per tank, which is the bare minimum to keep it running. And so this one is running. It is producing the 400 megawatts that we would like to see. Actually, it's not. It seems to be bouncing up and down a bit, which is a bit weird. Sometimes it's producing 400 megawatts, sometimes it's producing a bit less. So once we've got a bit more water, hopefully this will flatten out a bit and everything will run a bit more nicely. But we need more water for that. On this planet, the traditional way you expect it to make water is to bring in this hydrogen sulfide and then turn it into water and sulfur. The problem is, we're not using the sulfur up fast enough to generate as much water as we kind of need. So now Tristan is looking at other weird recipes. These come from a different planet. These are corundum recipes instead of Castra recipes. So they're from the previous planet we're playing with over here, where we have an entirely different sulfur-based chain of recipes going on. And that is allowing us to do a slightly sneaky end run around the rules of this planet by bringing in the hydrogen sulfide that we're getting on this planet and then turning it in sulfur dioxide and water, and then turning the sulfur dioxide and some more of the hydrogen sulfide into more water, and then only a relatively small amount of sulfur. So the hope is here that we're going to be doing, by going through a different series of steps, we're going to get a lot more water out of our our hydrogen sulfide than we otherwise would. This feels slightly cheeky, but also this power problem has annoyed me enough that I kind of don't care. Space exploration. I misread. Sorry. Yes. So yeah. I heard about the the space exploration 0.7 is now working with that. I think I'm probably going to wait till 0.8 comes out, because from what I've gathered, 0.7 is largely the compatibility fix. Is the compatibility fix for Factorio 2. So it's going to be more or less the same as playing 0.6, which we have already done. However, when Space Exploration 0.8 comes out, I am pretty sure I'm going to be all over that because, well, space exploration has always been a sort of a classic staple on this channel. So yeah, definitely like to play some more of that. Right.
So numbers.
Okay.
For sulfur production, the right-hand machine produces about the same amount per hydrogen sulfide as the other column, as the original machines.
Okay.
For water production, it produces twice as much water-ish.
Is that just the second of the sulfur reduction machine, or is that the
Yeah,
pair of them together?
just that machine.
Okay.
The machine on the left is on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so and that is producing also twice as much water per hydrogen sulfide.
Okay.
So,
Nice.
yeah.
So yeah, that sounds like that's going to be a good way to get us a bit of a boost in our water production that we so desperately need. Where's that going? Oh, down that way. Okay. So do you think we maybe need a couple more of those?
Yes, this is proof of
Okay,
concept.
just planning for it. Okay, fine.
It's not going to work.
Yeah, over on
Silly.
we have a similar system running over here on Corundum, where in this case actually we're bringing in sulfur, then we're burning that to make the sulfur dioxide. No, sorry, hydrogens. No, we're not. We're combining it with petroleum gas, which comes out of these lakes of petroleum gas down here, in order to make the sulfur, the hydrogen sulfide, and then we're doing that same recipe over here and trying to carefully balance the amount of sulfur dioxide that we have stored in this tank up here, and that's going decently well. And we can always top it up with these machines over here that are just burning sulfur if we want to. So yeah, it's quite nice being able to steal some of the recipes from this planet. It feels. I'm not going to say it feels like cheating, because it feels like shenanigans, though. But I'm kind of okay with a bit of shenanigan. Bit of shenaniganery. Yeah. I like how you're using Mark's pipes to build all of this.
Well, if he'll stand there in range of it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yes, this system just generates water from. It does still produce a bit of sulfur. So up here we're going to have some sulfur building up in these machines. That's going to need to be disposed of. But overall, it's producing a lot more water per sulfur. It's producing more water per sulfur it produces than the previous recipe we were using, than the system we're using over here. But yes, this can be copied as many times as we need it to be. I guess there's a slight hope that one of these is going to provide enough to just tip us over, because we aren't far off. We sort of do have a reasonable amount of water. It's very close to balance. So we're struggling to produce enough more of it in order to keep it producing as much as we'd like to be producing, basically, in order to produce enough to get this second system over here working, because there's 344,000 water in this system. So to get another 345,000 water to keep this system happy as well, that's a lot of water, and that's not even counting any that's currently in the steam form. There's very little in steam form, so I think I can safely not count the steam. But yeah, we want to have another 300,000 water ideally to get this system to go into here, to get this running at the way we would like it to be running, and that is difficult. Okay, Cyclomatic, well, thanks for dropping in, and yeah, I hope you enjoy your next one, and I was going to say sleep well, because I assume you're off to bed, but that might not be the case. I have no idea. I can't remember where you are off the top of my head. Sorry about that. Yes, you're quite right, Quagor. Both of them are sulfur planets, so in a way, having using the same system is only slightly cheeky, perhaps. It feels kind of acceptable, because yeah, they're both running on the same chemical processes. They just have different ideas. Because they're from different authors, so the balance is going to be way out. But we can justify it if we sort of squint a little bit, and that's good enough for me.
Oh, quick question regarding power. We have light oil in the lakes, right? And we can make petroleum from that quite easily.
Using water.
Yes.
Using water, yeah, gotcha.
But if we can get a massive amount of power out of that, that could be relevant. Oh, are you thinking of using the red boilers?
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm just sorting
Yeah.
stuff on the Lime and was stumbling about them.
fair.
I pondered that and then thought it uses water and then didn't run
Yeah.
them. And
Yeah, it's possible it would. No, it probably wouldn't be more efficient because we're using the condenser turbines over here. If it wasn't for those, it would be interesting to consider because you're only using the water for the cracking process, not for the actual steam in inverted
Burning,
commas,
yeah.
because it's the petroleum gas that turns into carbon dioxide. So yeah, it's an interesting thought, but I suspect not quite practical. That is a very impressive tangle of pipes. It's like looking in a car engine bay when there's a supercharger, sort of turbocharger in there, and there's just pipes going everywhere from the exhaust manifold over to the turbo. Not that I've had a car with a turbo for quite a long time, and not that I did any actual work on it when I did. I just watched too many car videos on the YouTubes. I wonder, can we put one of these in here and power everything? No, not quite. That's really annoying. Did interested in mind if I tweaked his pipes just so we can power the whole thing from a single... Oh, actually, I could put it up here. That works. That can go in there. And that's still inside the pipe, wasnamery. But it'll power everything.
Is anybody looking for a task?
Not actively looking, but if you have something that needs to be done.
I would like to extend our Roboport coverage to the 2 mines outside of our base, so to speak.
Which 2 mines? Even this one?
We have the
That was hydrogen sulfide
this
up there,
one,
presumably.
yep, and this one.
Okay, can do.
Thank you.
That's going to get a lot more of our bots shot down. I can just feel it.
I assume that's what he's going for.
Yeah, maximum chaos.
Up at 9k.
Another
Whoa.
thing I would like to do is make sure that we're not losing any of the data anywhere. If you guys are unsure of any location, if it's getting picked up by a science station, please check if it makes it all the way.
Yeah, so we've got quite this is probably the furthest one away on this wing. So let's follow one from here and see how it gets on. But I think this
The
is
issue
probably...
is the
Go on.
distant ones produce stuff so slowly.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, this one's miles away from anything at all. Yeah, that
And
one.
That's probably produced about 3 data.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, the reason being, if it's too far, it doesn't really matter if we put in another one of the science-making machines, because it'll just, sit there and whenever something pops by, it'll make it into science, which is fine.
True. On the other hand, I note that I would bring to your attention that we are actually making the science fast enough already.
Sure, it just seems very wasteful, and in case we want to make more, then it would be a hassle to extend otherwise.
Maybe, yeah. Okay. The limiting... I think we're going to need to... The limiting factor is still tanks, but once again, the limiting factor has switched over to being red circuits because, I don't know. Oh, actually, no, we've got enough power at the moment. So why is there a shortage of red circuits? There's enough plastic going in here. Why are you not doing things? You're short of green circuit. How can you be possibly... There's not enough iron coming in. Ah! Rage. Five minutes tomorrow, yes. Could spam radars to produce more packs. That is true. We could go out and just put radars absolutely everywhere just so we get more science packs being produced. I could go through and put productivity modules in all of these. Then we get more iron coming out per copper. Because we are input limited, that seems sensible. But also that will massively boost the amount of electricity we're using. So I don't want to do that yet. But once we have more power available, that feels like a sensible thing to do. The other thing would be to get more copper production going. We have, I mean, this belt is going at half speed. I could copy the entire copper production system, have a second belt coming in, and then make more copper from that. What's happening now?
Okay.
Called it.
At a point, I'll restrict exporting bots from Novus to here.
It's fine. We'll go and shoot those things.
He says not moving. Oh no, he is moving. I take it back. He's just so
Yeah.
far away. It's going to take a while to get there.
He complained when I had bots getting destroyed heading out that way. That was just right by the wall.
I feel like I want to.
9.7K.
Can we disable robot ports temporarily? 35. Actually, no, it's more than 35. You know what? I'm going to have a look at the how many bots we've lost because I'm curious. Cons. And I want losses. Kills? Losses. Here we go. Construction bots. Okay, that was 67 and counting so far. Oh no, he's killed all the turrets. Oh no, he hasn't killed all the turrets. Can I recommend a machine gun?
This is fun. This is a new weapon.
Oh, I see. Just playing with the new toys. Boom!
The PLDs are really fast at destroying the
Yeah.
turrets.
Why are you wrecking their solar panels as well? Oh dear. Oh, it's still happening.
Where? Oh, someone else will have to go south. I'm far north.
Oh, Tristan's getting that one. In the west. Just to your east, Tristan. To your east.
Okay.
And a
Whereabouts?
little bit north. A little bit north. Northeast. Northeast. There. Those
Oh,
ones.
here. Oh, hello.
You might want to turn your lasers on.
Yeah, I was just looking for them. But if they're
Hooray!
shooting me, they can't shoot the bots.
That's true. There's still more though. God.
Yeah, further south, which is what I thought I was running to. Which is why I was confused when you
Oh,
were saying
down there.
east.
Are you heading towards those ones?
I think so. I don't know where they are.
Okay. Well, I'm heading down that way as well. So we'll see who gets there first. Are my lasers
I can
on?
see them on my mini-map now.
Oh, okay. I suspect you'll be there
Those two
first. Then.
locations.
Yeah, we could do. Yeah, we should ship some Spidertrons out here and just have them on some sort of patrol thing.
I mean, we do have them available on the line. I made a bunch of them, so.
I'm going to carry on checking along here because otherwise I suspect we're going to have this problem again. Okay, this one seems innocent. Pew! Shoot it a little bit anyway.
I see some that Mark probably destroyed by the uranium patch.
Yes.
Yeah, it seems actually it does seem to be safe over here. I didn't need to come out here, although I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit more shenaniganry going to happen around here, just from because it's such a big area that they're going to be flying out for.
The thing is, it only matters if bots fly out here, and bots will fly out here because
Yes, because
we
there's
have
stuff to pick up and there's
coverage,
no.
and so we don't have belts picking stuff up.
Yeah. Yeah. We could put the stuff from the I was going to say we could put the stuff from these onto the uranium belt and take it away that way, but it's not flowing fast enough. We wouldn't be able to put enough onto them, I don't think. But I sort of like the idea of just having one belt that takes absolutely everything away and it all gets sorted out at the other end. But as I say, actually it might work in the long term. You get you get as long as there was enough room for enough uranium as well. You get things going through at the right proportions because every time some random bits and pieces arrived at the other end, it would then move the belt forward a bit, and that create more room for more random junk to be put onto it. So in theory, you could use one belt. You just have to wait a very long time for it to run all the way through and be functional. Oh yeah, pinning the ping. That's a good idea.
Is flickering at the moment.
Oh, that's exciting. You mean we put a little bit? Oh, I see. Yes, a little bit of water in there, and
Yeah, every so often there's a drop of water that goes in.
gives a little bit of foomph of steam, and then goes back to sleep again. Great. Although we do actually have enough power right now. I'm not quite sure where it's all coming from. We have 532 megawatts coming out of the condenser turbines over the last minute, and another 37 from solar. So we seem to be okay. Maybe it is time to put some more. What was it I was going to do over here?
No,
Oh,
we
yeah.
are right at the limit.
We're right on the limit. Yeah, I want to put productivity modules in all of these, but I also don't want to do it just yet because somebody will shout at me, and rightfully so, to be fair. And we do have Meraxis, but we haven't been there yet. So we might be able to add in patrol spidertrons later, apparently. Yeah, at some point we'll put in filter turrets all over the place, and we've actually got this little. I moved it. This thing. We can put this in wherever we want, and it will give us coverage and it will shoot all of the turrets as they appear. But Sophia hasn't. Mark hasn't built this, but Sophia has basically said we're not allowed to put them in yet. He wants to see more chaos before we start going in and trying to organise it in a little bit. So yeah, we will probably eventually have something slightly better than this. But at the moment, it's a little bit of a panic. Go out there, fix it up. There we go. Finish panicking. The other thing we have is the jammer radars. These guys. And these, as long as they have power, they put a big purple square on the ground, and that purple square infects these jam data collectors, and we believe means they then can't spawn any additional anything violent, should we say? So no turrets will come out of them. So what we probably want to do is go around for every data collector that's inside our Roboport network. We want to put in one of these purple square things, just so it can't produce anything violent. But again, Sophia just wants an excuse to go out and shoot things, so so we haven't expanded those properly yet.
The other thing with those is, for ones like that, it's worth going and putting them out temporarily, so that we can then put turrets by them, and the turrets won't shoot them.
Oh, yeah, fair.
Because they become...
Although the turrets shouldn't
capture
shoot them
things.
anyway.
Oh, if you set filters.
If you set filters on them. Yeah.
Yeah. But at that point, you don't need to bother with the filters.
True, yeah. Yeah, so at some point, once we've had enough of playing with the Castra enemies, we'll go out and put in the jammer radars and turrets and so on. And at that point, we might be willing to consider leaving the planet for a little while. Maybe. We may need to come back in a panic. Hopefully we'll leave a load of spidertrons here for when we have those panics. But we will hopefully be at a point where we're vaguely capable of leaving and going on to investigate the next planet. Right, as Regular points out, it is in fact 5 minutes past tomorrow, and so I think this would be a good time to wind the stream up, especially as we've now got water being produced through the Haximatron method over here at a rate, and we've got up to, well, we're never going to get over 10,000 in these tanks, but we have got up to slightly more than 0 over here, which means we're starting to produce a little bit of power, and things are starting to go. Although, yeah, we've got a potential of 1.3 gigawatts in theory, as long as we get the water flowing. So yeah, things are now in a significantly better state than they were before. So hopefully, as these machines come online like that, we're going to start getting a bit more water through. Things should start working. So it's going to be time to time to wind things up a little bit, I think. So right, what is it? It's today's Tuesday when I glance over at the clock now, because it is after midnight. Oops, I should definitely be going to bed. So I will be back technically tomorrow, but actually Wednesday. I should be back Wednesday at 8 PM UK time as usual for the Foundry stream. So please come along and join me for that. It's a lot like Factorio, but with a third dimension to play around in. Some very large buildings. I can dig tunnels, stuff like that. It's a lot of fun. I'm very much enjoying it. And after the last couple of after the last 4 or 5 streams, I think actually, I finally got my iron and copper systems up and running again with the massive blast furnaces. So those are going nicely, and I'm now ready to start trying to build more robots and then worry about whatever the next random piece of resource I run out of is going to be. There'll be videos coming out on Thursday and Friday as usual. I think they're both Factorio videos this week, whether you're a supporter or not. I've got a summary video about the Planetary Pioneers stream coming out on Thursday, and an interview with the creator of Igris on Friday. We'll then, of course, be back on Monday next week with 7:30 as usual with another Planetary Pioneers stream, where maybe we'll get Castra into a position where it can be sort of left alone for a little while. Or maybe we won't. We shall see. yes, it's going to be interesting with the with seeing how they get on with the various different researches they're going to be doing. Okay, welcome back, Board Easy. Just in time to leave. Sorry about that, but yeah, it is definitely my bedtime. Good night, Doopy. Good night, everyone else. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. If you're watching on Twitch, please hang around for a few minutes because we'll head off and find somebody else to raid and see if we can find somebody else who's playing something vaguely Factorio Space Age related. So, right, thank you everyone for watching, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Why is my phone activating? I have no idea what that was. Right, okay, we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Good night, chat.
Wait.
Right, let's try and click on the right button. Raid channel, here we go. Who can we find? Is there anyone I'm following playing Factorio at the moment? No. So let's search for... Let's clear that one and search for Factorio. And we'll see if we can find somebody who's at least playing Space Age. If I could find somebody playing Planetary Pioneers, that'd be amazing, but I think that's going to be fairly unlikely. Okay, we have
2 minutes unpaused, please.
We start with someone over here who's working on apparently 1,350 science a minute. So let's drop in and see what he's up to. Even if he has the plague, hopefully it won't be contagious.